As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me, but the explosion was to change my life forever. I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence. The table had been overturned by the explosion. I considered climbing the lamppost, but it wasn't going to shed any light on the affair. It was an iron lamppost. It was the body of the old man. It was hard to believe I'd seen him alive only minutes before. I tried not to meet his stare as I searched the dead man's pockets. No wallet, no papers, no credit cards. The guy's past was a blank page. The pretty young wait.
Oh, my head. Never again. How much vodka did I drink? Oh, no, don't tell me. What is your name, Sherry?
George Stobart, ma'am.
Oh, American.
She asked the question quite innocently, but I could sense her reserve. It was something which seemed to afflict all Europeans. You look like you could use a little help.
I could use a little drink. I feel sick, dizzy, and bruised. I don't even remember the party.
Just relax and take it easy. You've been knocked out.
You don't say. What happened?
There's been an explosion. You should try not to move.
Are you a doctor?
No, but I used to play hospitals when I was a kid. Can you remember anything at all?
No. I need a drink. Pour me a brandy.
You could be in shock. No alcohol.
What about your man? Is he dead?
Yes, he is.
Ah, mon Dieu.
A mysteriously undamaged bottle of spirit stood on the bar. I needed a stiff drink, but I hated the taste of brandy.
Freeze! Hold it, right there.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an American.
Can't make up your mind, eh?
I demand to see the American consul.
Drop your weapons and get down on the ground.
Put that thing away, Sergeant Moo. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no, I would simply like to ask you some questions. En avant, to the café, marche. What a mess. This bombing is an outrage, is it not?
Stop that, monsieur. Stop holding your breath at once.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead, Moo?
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer... Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead. Clearly, the killer knew of his presence and...
How many times have I warned you about premature extrapolation? All
It seemed reasonable to assume...
a great detective assumes nothing. Take Maigret, for instance.
But he was a fictitious character. Why? He was no more real than Poirot or Tintin.
That's different, Moo. They were comedy Belgians. Anyway, it is unlikely that even you will learn much from talking to... Examine the girl and take her statement, if you can. Et maintenant, to business. Your name, please?
George Stobart. I'm from California.
And what brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful.
Yeah, I guess so, apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was lucky I wasn't killed. The inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Did you see the deceased enter the cafe?
Yes, I did.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
And did he say anything to you?
No, he was more interested in the waitress.
Did you see anyone else in the cafe?
Yeah, there was a guy dressed as a clown. He was carrying an accordion.
An accordion? Bon, the picture is forming in my mind, and it is not a pretty one. Is the girl all right, Moo?
She'll live. She confirms the American statement. A clown with an accordion, no doubt an elaborate and eccentric disguise.
Very well. Eh bien, I have heard enough.
What do you mean?
I am satisfied that you know nothing. You may leave. I hope this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
What can I say?
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please, my card.
Thanks.
That is all. You may go.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the surface, no. But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
Academic? You are about...
Excuse me, mademoiselle? Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's right, on holiday in Paris. Some holiday, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with an hat and overcoat?
I couldn't believe it. She hadn't even asked how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded. You weren't related to him, were you?
Oh no, nothing like that. I am Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
Well, what's that, some kind of nightclub?
No, it is a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say, you could interview me about the bombing. You know, an eyewitness account. Minutes after the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but he was dressed like a clown.
Oh God, it's him again.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
Who's the guy you were supposed to meet?
His name was Planter. I didn't know him, but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Not unless you have Rosso's gift for psychic interrogation. You speak very good English for a French girl.
Thanks. You speak very good English for an American.
Do you know a police officer called Rosso?
Russell? Our paths have a knack of crossing. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate. Have you seen Russell? Is he here?
He's inside, attempting to question a witness with his psychic powers.
What? That guy is weird.
Yeah. Look, the inspector gave me his card.
Oh, I didn't know his first name was Augustin. It suits him, I must say.
Why won't you tell me about this clown?
Why do you want to get involved?
Because he almost killed me. Isn't that reason enough?
I guess so. Listen, I'll give you my phone number. You help me with my story, and I'll let you in on what I know. And let's get one thing straight right now. This is strictly business.
Okay, it's a deal.
I have to go develop these pictures. À bientôt, monsieur.
Fine, I'll, see you soon. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. That was the only news story. The rest was rumor, gossip, and sensationalism. Then I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read Salah ad-Din, 1345. I contemplated crawling under the umbrella and pretending none of this had ever happened. The umbrella had protected me from the bomb blast, but it was of no use to me now. The table had been overturned by the explosion. I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence. Excuse me, Sergeant.
You heard the inspector. Go on, monsieur.
I really did see him. He ran into the alley across the street.
Did you follow him?
That's your job, not mine.
An armed chase through the streets of Paris? That's not our style, monsieur. Inspector Rosso may be unorthodox, but he's not crazy.
Did you find the victim's briefcase yet?
No, sir. The inspector gave me specific instructions to guard this door. Until he countermands these orders or backup arrives, here I stay.
I found this in the street, Sergeant.
That, monsieur, is a newspaper, no?
There's a note written on it. Salah ad-Din, 1345.
Ah, so the meeting with the clown was planned.
How do you make that out?
The time of the explosion was between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, n'est-ce pas?
I guess so. But what about the name?
Aha!
That stumped you, hasn't it?
I have never been stumped, as you put it, in my life, monsieur. It is the name assumed by the clown, no?
Salah ad-Din the clown? I don't think so. How did you and Rosso arrive at the scene of the explosion so quickly? You arrived within minutes. Was it a tip-off?
Inspector Rosso's sources are a perpetual mystery to me, monsieur. There are some who say he has made a pact with the devil.
And what do you think?
I think he is the devil.
I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does.
That is best left to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you? Tell you anything?
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home and try to forget.
See you later, Sergeant. The muscular workman wore a morose expression, like a silent warning to leave him. Hi, can you spare a few minutes?
I thought you'd been arrested.
No, it was a misunderstanding.
When he pulled that gun, gah, I thought that was it. Those automatics pack quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess. Did you see an old guy with a briefcase?
Wait, silly old coot. Do you know what he said to me? Work fascinates me, he says. I could watch it all day. Quel bit. I could have knocked his block off.
Did you see a clown come by this way?
A clown? Like in a circus?
Yeah, with makeup and a big red nose.
Huh! Those guys are funny, aren't they?
Not in my experience.
I love the circus, especially the horses.
You haven't answered my question. Have you seen a clown?
You think I've got time to watch everyone who passes by? Some of us have to work for...
Would you like to read my news?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take...
Bah! Look at this. Damn bleeding out liberals. Cha! Save the dolphins. Catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne Ah, what's this? Saladin running in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is. Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on... I'm off to put some money on that nag.
It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone.
Bonjour, Kula.
Oh, hi. It's George Stobart, the American at the...
Ah, oui.
You said to call if I could help.
Have you any news for me?
Well, I haven't had a lot of luck.
You found nothing.
No.
Look, I'm very busy right now. Call me if you have any news, okay?
Oh,
Adieu, monsieur.
yeah. I found a T-shaped tool in the box. I didn't know what it was, but it looked useful. There was nothing inside the tent except a large toolbox. The door was securely locked. Set into the huge gate was a smaller access door. The door was securely locked. Excuse me.
Not so fast. I'd like your personal details, please.
Huh? What for?
In the event of an accident, it would help us to know where to send the body.
Look, is this really necessary? I came in here to talk to Rosso.
Why did you not say?
Take a look at this.
Inspector Rosso's personal card. Where did you get this?
He gave it to me.
Why?
I think he was impressed with my powers of observation. He asked me to contact him if I had any information.
I see. You are a grass.
Is Sergeant Moo available?
What? You want to speak to him?
Yes, please.
I cannot recall the last time someone... No one ever speaks to him. Not even his... Eh bien. He's not here, monsieur. Like...
Hardy. May I see Inspector Rosso?
He's not here.
But
Do you... I have a choice of blue or black pen. I'd recommend...
I'd prefer to talk to him in person.
As you wish, monsieur.
Have you had any reports concerning a suspicious clown?
Why, yes. There was a fracas only this morning. 3 arrests for public disorder.
And you say there was a clown involved?
A clown and a particularly offensive piece of sculpture with balloons. Are you in any way involved?
No, not me. Thanks for your help, officer. It was a public telephone. It was a public telephone. Hi.
Again?
Yes,
But
Stobart. Do you know anything about Rosso's psychic techniques?
I cannot comment on my... All I will say is that Inspector,
He's a good detective?
one of the best, is a man
You wouldn't say he was...
not to his...
Thanks for your help, officer. There was nothing of interest. It smelled like... I examined the boxes closely. They were damp and smelly and decidedly empty. I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe. I guess the clown had an escape over the rooftops. I tried to lift the cover. I lifted the cover to reveal what smelt like the entrance to a sewer. As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn. It was the clown's red nose. It was a soggy, crumpled paper tissue. I scooped up the sodden tissue. It was cold and greasy, like breakfast leftovers. It was a small scrap of cloth caught on the rusting spike. I took hold of the scrap of material and unsnagged it from the spike. The railing was put there for a simple reason, to stop people getting past. It worked. Uh, Hi there.
Hold it right there, you sewer rat. I knew you'd come back.
What are you talking about?
You're trespassing. Come out of there, immediately.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha! You... Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
Terrorists. The meanest, nastiest, dirtiest bunch of guys you ever saw.
Ah, Englishmen without a doubt. The filthy dogs. The day they opened that tunnel was a bad day for France. If I still had the full use of my faculties, I'd march right over there.
Well, whoever they are, they blew up the cafe.
What? The cafe? Mon Dieu. That is awful.
The guy who did it was a calculating, cold-blooded killer. He was disguised as a clown. I followed him into the sewer, and I think he came this...
Ah, mon... Then, the man I chased. Do you think that man and the clown are one and the same?
Well, yes, it had crossed...
Ah, that still does... For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh, no. I'm just a tourist.
Haha, most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
What is there to tell? He was a typical criminal type, just like you.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the cafe. I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him. Even if it means following him down every sewer in every city in Europe.
Ah, you need some sensible boots. You won't get far in those stupid sneakers.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
Oh, hey, she isn't hurt, is she?
No, she's fine.
Oh, thank heavens. A poor girl like her isn't safe with the likes of you roaming the streets.
Can't you understand? I'm not a gangster. I'm an American tourist.
Ah, that's what you say.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Now are you going to leave? Or do I have to call the police?
I have to be going.
I'll let you out.
Thanks for your time.
Go on, be off with you.
It was the soggy tissue I'd found in the sewers. It was the scrap of material I'd found in the sewer. The toolbox didn't contain anything else I needed. Hi there, remember me? It's not an obsession. I just like the ambiance. Take a look at this false nose.
I've never seen it before in my life.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on... So,
Do you recognize this material?
I am not telling you anything.
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
What is this? Inspector Augustin or so? What does that say? Hominoid Division.
A homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you
Okay, I'm not. I lied to you. And I'm sorry.
don't apologize, monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different about you. It is your posture, your poise. Oh, yes. There is no mistaking the bearing of a disciplined man. And I was in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fight. How can I help you, Inspector?
Let's start over from the beginning. And tell it just like it was. Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, monsieur. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the... I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him.
Bravo!
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
Oh, he was a mean one, monsieur. He grabbed me in an armlock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron, but he did not know what he was up against. Oh no, he made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, I get the picture. Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
So you don't want to hear about my experience? I fought to make this country what it is.
I'm sure you did, but I'm... Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her quite well. She came to work at the cafe, 6. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she visits.
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui. Where's...
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, he was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to his victim.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs, stolen jewels.
I don't know, but the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Take a look at this false nose.
Aha! That looks like a clown's nose to me.
Precisely. He must have dropped it.
Unless he wanted you
Why would he want to do that?
to put you off the scent.
Did I?
We miss you.
Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
That is the same cloth as the jacket I found. I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
Now, about the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. Pity, because otherwise, it was a fine piece. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romani seamstress.
Just my luck. Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary...
Looks like I'm a... What was the name on the label?
Ah, it was a foreign name. Todlik.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only at
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding. That's his phone.
Yes, that's it. A little trick with numbers that I love in. I was taught the technique by a...
That's incredible.
It comes in and... do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own.
Then I'm...
This is the material from the jacket you found, right?
Yes, monsieur. Without...
I have to be going.
Thanks, Raymond. Good luck, Inspector.
Sergeant Moo,
Please go away.
what is Rosso doing with that girl?
He is giving her the once-over, as you Americans say.
Huh?
Once he gets his teeth into a case, nothing will shake him off.
Was he serious about all that psycho-detective stuff?
Of course, his revolutionary methods, once perfected, may change the face of law enforcement.
I can't see it taking off in L.A. I've tracked down the clown's movements, Sergeant.
Is that so, monsieur?
Yeah, there's a man down the street who saw him crawling out of the sewer.
Dressed as a clown?
No, he changed into ordinary clothes by then.
So, how did he know it was the clown?
He didn't, but all the clues add up.
Little children can add up, but I wouldn't let them manage my bank account.
I know the identity of the dead guy. His name was Plantar.
Is that so? You knew him, did you?
No, but
We'll know everything there is to know about him soon enough.
I'm trying to be helpful here.
The best way you can help us is to go home, monsieur.
I believe this material came from the clown's clothing.
If you are right, monsieur, then the clown must be an Englishman.
Well, how do you figure that?
Only the English would wear a suit made from material like that.
Don't you like the English?
It is not so much a question of liking, rather one of taste. They have none.
Do you recognize...
No, monsieur?
I...
Perhaps it would be better if you...
No,
If you say so, monsieur.
I found...
What were you doing down there?
fishing for clues. That's where the
You still in...
Of course. And this novelty knows...
It will take more than a plastic proboscis to convince us.
You don't want this as evidence, then.
Certainly not, monsieur.
See you later, Sergeant.
Hello? Who is this?
Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want is a name.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
Ah, thank God. I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No, I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
Do you know a guy called Plantar?
No, I never heard of him.
What do you know about the clown who bombed the Café de la Chandelle Verte?
I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
You're cool.
I don't know who you be, but sure I am you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know if you're saying that to make me think you don't know what I mean, but... Oh, this is ridiculous.
I tell you.
Shall I tell you what happened to Plantar? How he was killed in cold blood?
I told you. I never heard of Plantar.
I expect Plantar's a family man, don't you? In their little apartment, Madame Plantar is cooking the supper, listening for the familiar sound of her husband's key in the door. Junior is waiting for his daddy to come home from work. He can't wait to show it. Only tonight...
You forgot the...
Huh?
The faithful puppy dog, waiting for the sound.
Well, maybe they don't have a dog.
I don't know, Plantar. None of this.
Did you know that one of your customers was a part-time clown?
If a guy feels happy with a funny nose and custard down his pants, what's the problem?
Thanks for nothing, Todrick.
Bonjour, Kula.
It's me.
Hi, George.
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown, and I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
You are? Well, it wasn't easy.
Look, why don't you come here to my apartment?
Fine. Where do you live?
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come right over. Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
No
I'm very good, and it only takes a minute.
thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to. Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me, in the apartment block across the street. The door isn't locked, but you'll need to give it a gentle nudge. It sticks, you see, because of the damp. The landlord said he'd fixed it before winter sets in. He's been saying that for 3 years.
I've changed my mind. Will you tell...
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a Can you tell me anything I don't already know?
10 francs, please, my dear.
10 francs? That's a...
Please yourself.
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Yikes. What can you tell me?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
What can...
Nothing?
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months. She's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady. She deserves...
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they say?
Insecurity.
What about the tall...
Those are
and the...
sensual.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat. How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television. Some of us are born with I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see other people. But when I try to see what might happen to me...
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure either that...
See you later.
That's right, monsieur.
It wasn't the style of the clothes in the shop that caught my eye, but the prices. The same amount of money would feed a starving family for the rest of their lives. I guess people who buy that kind of stuff don't have a problem with their consciences. The window was full of overpriced clothes for overprivileged women. There was no way of lifting the securely locked blind. I glanced without much interest at the fruit. It was dusty, shriveled, and tired looking. Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George. Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers beneath the cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck! Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
I took my photographs to the editor, but he wasn't interested. Can you believe it? He told me to drop his story.
But you're not about to do that.
Oh, no. I am going to find out what's behind these killings. You know what I think? It's a conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press don't connect them at all. They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
That covers just about everyone. May I use your telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Hello? Who is this?
Mr. Todrick?
Oh, it's you again.
Forget it. How did Plantow get your name?
For the newspaper, La Liberté, I'd written an article linking 2 unsolved murders, one in Italy and the other in Japan. The cases were remarkably similar. A wealthy victim, no apparent motive, and a cost. Planta said he could supply me with more information. Somehow, the clown must have known about our appointment.
Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arno Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it! Millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off.
Was he killed for his money?
No. He had no living relatives, and his fortune went to the orphanage where the only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was led to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese green politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium. He was committed to dismantling Japan's automobile industry.
I can't see him gaining much support with a loop.
Yamada was a man of vision. He was years ahead of his...
If you say so.
At the end, or should I say, flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown. You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you what, I won't be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. But this story could be my only chance of a big break.
Or a premature death. Right, it's as if he already knew.
That is typical of a cold fish like Russell. I've seen cheeseburgers with more spunk.
I found a piece of material near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see this. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George, it's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh no?
Take a close look at his left cheek.
A scar. In the shape of a horseshoe.
Oh, a crescent moon.
How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
Tell me more about yourself.
Oh, there is not much to tell.
Well,
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought my first. I was 8 and my parents had.
did you live with your father?
Yes, my mother went off with her new boyfriend. I thought 4 years later, he... So he was more... Papa always wanted I should study art.
I found this.
Oh, bro, that's disgusting, George.
I think the stuff on it is grease paint. Like actors.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
I found.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It says La Rite du Monde. Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume.
Why don't you put it on, George?
No way am I wearing this. I'd look really stupid. Besides, he might have had a cold.
Yes, you did. Why don't you pay a visit to the shop it came from?
I just might. May I use?
Sure.
Thanks.
Hello?
It's George Stowe.
What now?
Did you make a suit for a man with a scar on his face? A scar in the shape of a crescent moon?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Tell me where I can find him and I'll leave you alone.
And if I don't,
I won't leave you alone. Do you know where I can find the guy with the scar?
I told you. Without a name, I can't help you.
Thanks for... Do you want this photograph?
No.
Did you learn about photography?
Most of my...
Yeah,
Oh, no.
I'm going back out.
Where?
I guess I could visit the...
Good idea.
The window was full of overpriced clothes for overprivileged women. I gave the dummy Puro a tentative prod. As I was about to touch the dummy, I realized it had the same color. The strange thing was... Excuse me.
Please, come in. Leave the mundane world behind. Or in these?
I don't want...
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible! You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's life?
I don't have a sister, and I just need some information.
Of course. Okay.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but
Well, then I'd like to check your records. Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
impossible. There are too many.
Do you recognize this man?
Ah oui? He was here this morning.
The clown I'm looking for is a cold-blooded killer. Give me his name, and I'll see he's brought to justice.
I'd help you if I could, but you can't expect me to remember. You see, the clown costume is our most popular. On average, you'll have to give me more to go by. A description.
Does this...
Let me... Bestheimer's number 7, white pancake.
theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Are you sure this is the man who bought grease paint?
Oui, monsieur. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
Are you sure this is the same man who hired the...
Sir,
About this...
I have already given you my profession.
Are you sure this is the same...
Certain.
Have you heard of a man named Plantow?
I do not recall.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure. Allow me to...
Huh? What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it...
I never saw the funny...
Eh bien,
Do I need a license?
no.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
Hi.
You're the guy who gave me the
Huh?
racehorse, Saladin.
Oh,
I put every franc I had on that horse.
listen,
My lifetime savings, next month's rent, everything.
Oh, God.
She won by 3 lengths. I'm a rich man.
Call me Lucky George, the punter's... So how come you're still here?
I'm not going to let my newfound wealth change me, not one bit. I bought this hole, fittings and all. Now I can come and go as I... No more clocking on or completion schedules. No foreman breathing down my neck. Thanks to you, I've found paradise.
I'm getting a mushy feeling in my chest. But not half as much.
What do you want now?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Look, I know you're busy.
I told you already.
He was wearing multicolored baggy trousers and makeup.
He'd be a poor sort of clown if he did.
I gotta go.
Don't let...
Hello? Who is...
Is that so?
Yeah, it's Khan. You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've got you, Mr. Clown. Hello again.
Yes,
Shake my hand. Go on, shake it.
you're joking, aren't you? Nothing personal, but you've been mucking about down this sewer.
Wouldn't you like to shake my hand?
Frankly, no.
I have to be going.
Good.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do you know a man by the name of Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very...
I thought...
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
No, I never saw it.
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny? There are no...
Have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No. That name means nothing to me.
Forget it. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Have you seen a guy
No, I... Oh, that's too...
I've seen daytime
I love...
I think.
Cust... A plane...
Do you happen...
That ain't nobody I know.
I'm sorry to be a bird.
Is this a trick question?
No, I simply asked.
Okay then. No. No, I...
You missed... If you... See you later.
No.
The sign listed the price of rooms, and boy, were they expensive. The killer must have been earning a fat wad to pay for accommodation like this. The lobby was quiet, almost deserted. Hi there, ma'am.
Well,
I'm looking for a man.
you disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment, I thought, aren't you going to tell me your name?
George. George.
How sweet! I am Lady Pierre.
A real lady?
Oh, I don't know about that. I can trace my family back to the north. Beneath that impressive pedigree, the blood may be blue. You appear distracted, George.
I'm looking.
Good heavens! You're a pro.
That's correct, ma'am.
What's the term you Americans use? It's on the tip of...
I believe what you're thinking of is dick.
Precisely.
Do you recognize the man in this photo?
My God!
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is...
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, darling.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. I took him to be a gentleman. You know, I'd rather like to assist you instead.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
Do you know what this is?
At a guess, I'd say...
That's right.
Ah?
That's him. When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the...
Yes, Tom.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great...
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had... I have to go, ma'am. The figure of a sexless youth was frozen in mid-skip with a silly grin on its stone lips. It was a magnificent old Steinway piano. Excuse me. You're that noble...
Yes, that is me.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know a guy called Plantow?
I don't know any...
Oh, well, this guy's...
Why do you ask me? I have seen enough of that.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his foot?
I'm a private detective. This is a...
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Thanks for...
Goodbye.
The door was... The door... The door was locked. There was no one registered under the name of Khan. If the killer was staying here, he'd used a different pseudonym. I want some information.
Who are you?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home.
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like,
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operations.
I'm sorry, monsieur.
You won't find a more unique ID than my
I'm sorry. I must insist on it.
rats. Do you know a man named Plantar?
No, monsieur.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is... There are...
Do you recognize...
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
Thanks for your help.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You are trying to steal that key.
No.
What now?
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. Practical jokes are so puerile.
Oh, yeah. Hey, shake my hand.
I have already explained.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
Can you tell me which room the man in the photograph is taking?
Oh, no, monsieur.
Would it make a difference if I told you the guy in the photo was a murderer?
We are accustomed to catering for celebrities, movie stars,
I'd like to check into...
That is not...
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur.
Thanks for your help. No point in phoning that guy again.
Bonjour.
Hi, it's George. I have the address.
If you're going to... Remember, that guy's a professional.
Thanks. The door was... The sign on the door read 21. The sign on the door, if the tailor's description was correct, this was the killer's room. The door... Room number 23. What do you make...
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it.
Thanks for your help, bud. The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. There was no one registered, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin. Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
Bonjour.
Hi, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Hello again. Have you seen a clown?
I beg
The clown.
my mark the
I'm,
in
for Pan.
for
May I shake you by the hand?
I do not shake the hands of impure.
Now that's a... Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce. The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one. It wasn't a pretty sight.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem. If you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to...
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authority.
You want I should break his arm?
No.
The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot. The guy looked just like a weasel. Excuse me.
Ah, Monsieur, stop.
That's correct.
The retention of such data is part of my duty. That is our crime is fought through attention.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon.
Do you know a man named... He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his...
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. Do you recognize the man?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing?
Hmm.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Thank you, Moo. What now, monsieur?
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No, you must forget the business of the clown completely. Go back to being an ordinary tourist.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
You're not going to try any of that psychic interrogation on me, are you?
Do you find the thought of my probing distasteful?
Let's just say I'd rather you didn't. I've got more doubts than doubting Thomas when it comes to mysticism.
Too bad. I think you would make an...
The day I let anyone mess with my mind hasn't dawned yet. Does this red nose mean anything to you?
I'd imagine it means you have not given up.
You're absolutely right. So long, Inspector. I found the address.
Yeah? Is he still there?
If he is, he's changed his name. What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh, well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking? Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clown's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore. There was someone, a guy in my final year, but it didn't work out. Neither did my degree.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with my grandfather and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while my grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his rolling. He put the lid back on the tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, and with his unshaven...
What did he say?
He said, I don't smoke.
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever. I wish I was back in that cottage, instead of this crummy apartment and this noisy...
Do you want this photograph back?
No.
See you later.
What?
Whatever those two thugs are after must be important. Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
What a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, dear.
See you later.
That's right, miss.
I glanced without much interest at the fruit. It was dusty, shriveled, and tired looking. The window was full of overpriced clothes for overprivileged women. Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Oh, no. It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
No, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick. I say, you there, flunky.
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewelry for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you, my dear.
The door was locked. Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key. There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor. The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did. The window looked out over a narrow alley surrounded by high walls. The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed. The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty. There was nothing in the pockets of the pants. There was nothing in the pockets of the pants. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom. I couldn't believe my luck when I found two items in the pockets of the pants. The first was an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. The second was a pass card which read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. That... The door was locked. Hello again. Does the name on this matchbook mean anything to you?
Indeed it does, for Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains. You do not know him?
No, I don't. Do you recognize this card?
No, I...
Tell me again about Alamut.
It is the home of the old man of the mountains.
Thanks for your...
Goodbye.
What now, monsieur?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Does this
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big
Maybe. I can live with that.
I've just been manhandled by a gorilla.
Yes? I do not see any signs of a gorilla.
No, not a real gorilla. It was a guy who looked like a gorilla. It happened right out front of this building.
Let me get this quite clear. Are you complaining or bragging?
I want to know what you're going to do about it. The scrawny one has a gun.
I suggest you contact the police.
Can't you do anything about them?
What goes on in the streets of Paris is hardly my responsibility.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
What?
Aren't...
No one else has complained, monsieur? Did they steal any?
Well, no. They didn't find...
What was that?
I don't know. I don't think they did either. Thanks for your help, buddy.
Bonjour.
Hi. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
That gangster I told you about? He went through my pockets just now.
Good heavens! One never knows what to expect in foreign parts. Thank you for the warning, young man. I shall hide my credit cards in my underwear.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after...
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my husband.
I found...
So, That deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a... I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George! Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What's the problem?
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Hold it. Search him again, Flash.
Is this what you're after, Guido?
See, that's it.
I can explain everything. Well, almost everything.
Too late. You're on your way to feed the fishes.
I'm allergic to fish. I break out in blotches when I eat tuna.
Let's go.
I figured the lady at the keys wouldn't appreciate a duet with a musical illiterate like me. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I...
That gangster I told you...
Good heavens! Well, thank you for the warning. I shall hide my credit cards in my underwear.
Are you here in Paris?
No, darling. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss.
I'm not. He was my husband.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't. It did. Daphne suggested a change of scene. The wild romance is just what you need to take your... Well, we're close. I must say I was disappointed with... Not at all. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short. That was... And
I found this...
so, that deceitful...
Uh-huh. This guy, I showed the past, but he wouldn't buy it.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Allow me to... Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What's the problem?
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
When?
You know, I haven't enjoyed my...
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance.
The clerk had given me a tightly ruled... I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Bonjour.
Hi, are you okay?
Oh, yeah? What?
A surprise.
Oh, I don't like mysteries.
I can't tell you just now, but I'll come show you soon. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George.
This is what Merlin was so keen to hide.
Really? Well, that fuss for a thumb.
It's some kind of manuscript, and it looks to be very old.
If I was you, I'd keep it well out of sight until you're clear of this place.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I could roll it up and put it down my pants.
No, that wouldn't do at all. You'd attract far too much attention.
Thanks for helping me get the manuscript, Lady Piermont.
Anytime.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined. The intimacy of candlelight. And then, his strange, those brooding eyes, that suave manner. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my...
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. And if I ever catch up with him...
I got the key. Thanks for your help, ma'am. I have to go, ma'am. The door. I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside. If I wanted my shins sticking out, Mama Stobar didn't The cobbles of the alleyway looked very distant and very hard. If I wanted my Mama Stobar...
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flash.
Nothing, Guido.
Okay, let him go.
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed. I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out. You're just not going to believe what I found.
It's not another...
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantar?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes the Pagan, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping. Think about it, Josh. One guy's already died for it, as you said yourself. Besides, that parchment is fragile.
Okay, I'm convinced. You keep hold of it. I found Plantar's briefcase in the killer's hotel room. It was empty, of course. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobino.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Krohn Museum. I'll give you the address.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover? It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
A knight with a crystal ball. There's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid. Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either. Let's take another... I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut. No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue. A name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir. I found this in the killer's room.
What is it, a credit card?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
Maybe I'll check out...
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
Through the grimy glass, I could see several large shapes in a gloomy room. What they were, I couldn't imagine. I considered smashing my fist through the pane, wrenching open the window, and vaulting triumphantly. Then I thought, no, that's dumb. Besides, I might get hurt. A real macho guy would have plunged straight into the spiky, scratchy bushes. Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobino?
Oh no! Fancy you mistaking me for him. No, I am the deputy custodian.
But Labano does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
Thanks for your help. I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard... Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Do you recognize the man in the...
No, monsieur. Is there any...
I guess not. Thanks for your help. The case contained a collection of rocks. They were all shapes and colors, but they were still rocks. Above them, a sign read, L'âge paléolithique.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than...
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill, and the fat falls on the open flame. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled, and it stinks like a few. That is why I keep the windows closed.
The statue didn't deserve to be mauled by a Philistine like me. I tried to sneak my hand in. I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard was... There was nothing in the urn. In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marn at the site of a Knights Temple. Ireland!
What's that? I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited. I was no desecrator of tombs.
Leave it alone. That closet is over 3,000 years old.
Closet? It's a sarcophagus.
Watch out! You will have that done on top of us!
Touching an object as rare and beautiful as... Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Would you like to shake...
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Can you give me any further information?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John D.
What can you tell me about the collection of coins?
A rare example of silver coinage from the reign of Philippe le Bel. That little old lay buried for centuries in a field. They're unique. Nothing like them has been found anywhere else.
Who was Philippe le Bel?
You don't know? Philippe the Fourth, the King of France.
Wasn't he the guy who wiped out the Knights Templar?
I have no idea, monsieur. All I know is he was King of France. I don't even...
What can you tell me about the collection of pots?
Those are remains of pots used by the original inhabitants of Paris. The Paris pot.
When did they move out?
15,000 years ago, monsieur. Didn't even have time to pack up their...
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am... It is the uniform, I guess. This is the clothes.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They asked me to park the... They assume.
Whereas you know next to nothing about...
Of course not. All I am... Not less.
The sign on the tripod says it was
It does.
Yeah. It doesn't mention...
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life. I owe what little education He was an optician. He taught me the alphabet. Wait, the bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied hard and did all my homework, I could...
At your age? What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century.
Don't you mean alchemist?
Well, whatever he was, that is the tripod he used in his experiments.
What kind of experiments did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry?
Yeah, but we skipped over. Can I take a closer look at the
What? Get it out of the case? Ah, that tripod is protected by...
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud...
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is, well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Do you recognize this? I thought...
That is right, monsieur. Renowned for... You see, in those days, people didn't have much. A few flints, some animal skins. Naturally, when the Parisi...
I guess they must have caused a kind of consumer frenzy.
Ah, oui, they can't...
You don't know the first thing about those pots, do you?
No.
Thanks for your help.
Don't even think of climbing in there, monsieur. You'll be suffocated.
I always wondered...
Don't open...
The tripod was definitely the one on the manuscript. The Templar connection. I was tempted to go to Ireland to check it out. A real macho guy would have plunged straight into the spiky, scratchy bushes. Hello again. Does the name Merlin or Gruber Electronics mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
I can't say I do, monsieur.
Wouldn't you like to shake my...
Frankly, no.
I have to be going.
Good luck. What do you want?
Does the name...
No,
Does this
no,
Would you like to shake...
no. One of the
Do you rec...
no.
I gotta go.
Don't let me keep you.
There was nothing of interest. The cover was too heavy and awkward to lift with my bare hands. I'd had it. I examined the boxes closely. They were damp and smelly, and decided... I decided I'd had enough of messing with that. The door was locked. The fountain had probably been attractive at one time, but... Hello again.
Yes, Inspector.
Wouldn't you like to...
Frankly,
Did I...
we may...
I have to be...
Good luck.
It looked like some kind of antiquated invalid carriage. The door led to the apartment of the blustering old concierge. Excuse me. What are you going to do about Flap and Guido, Sergeant?
I'm going to bust them, monsieur. For years I have been hoping to pin something on that pair. Now's my chance.
Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for taking...
I'm only doing my duty, monsieur.
Is wrong?
Yes, he is.
Not really.
Yes.
Yes, I...
One more. It's Stoba.
Thank you. What now, monsieur?
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything?
No, monsieur.
It's another...
Ah, the...
Yeah. You might have forgotten all about it, but I still aim to find that... Does this match...
No, monsieur. God only knows why, but he collects.
Does this matchbook...
You already asked me that.
Do you know a pair of thugs called...
I have known those two since they graduated. Flap is a nasty piece of work. But Guido is the real... Where did you hear of them?
I met them out front of the Hotel Ub... So long, Inspector.
Hi, Jules.
I found the...
Where?
In the museum. It belonged... It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch...
I have heard of Lochmar. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for...
A popular gossip magazine? You read that rubbish? Professor Nigel Pegram, excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marne. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a fourth series of his popular television program. This site at Loch Marne must be...
He's a professor of history. They're all cuckoo.
All the same, I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland? Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Belote. If you really think Pegram's dam is...
Oh my... Where is Ireland? What do you know about Professor Pegram?
I've seen a television program. He's written a book.
I'll bet... I'll see you later.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome friend.
Does this matchbook mean anything?
No, but there's no such place as the Club à la Mue in Paris.
Can you?
I can tell it doesn't belong to you.
How come?
Give me some credit. If you're an electrician, I'll eat my antirrhinums.
You're a remarkably talented lady. Would you like to shake my hand?
No, I wouldn't. I can see the future, remember?
What can you...
No.
See you later.
That's right.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur.
Have you ever...
Oh, no. I don't frequent places like that.
You reckon... What do you...
It...
What does...
That belong...
Pardon?
It is a priceless historical artifact.
No. Thanks for your help. The rod turned smoothly, and the window above... Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur.
Forget it. There was no obvious... A real match...
Don't open... Don't open...
There was nothing in the urn. Uh...
Do you have a fetish about...
I just love the smell. Several hours later, I arrived in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. I'd been lucky to get a bus from Dublin to the tiny village of Lochmarn. On the way out, the driver told me there was only one service a day. The menu was limited. It read, "No food today." I didn't care. I'd lost my appetite somewhere over. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move. I tugged at the trapdoor, but it was locked from the inside. I took hold of the grating and pulled hard, but it didn't move. I tried to use the key. Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
Who are you calling kid?
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
You're a head case, miss. A few sandwiches short of the pick.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid.
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped for the old skinflint cheating. Look, ma, says I. See, when suddenly me dad appears and grabs. I'm off to Dublin, heavy drinking, says he. That's why I runned away.
Compared... Do you know him?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, 'cause he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle? Do you know anything about Pegram's dig?
He wouldn't let me anywhere near. I offered to help, but he chased me off. I didn't want to see his smelly old hole anyhow.
Did anyone from the village work at the dig?
Pegram bought some students and bums with. He reckoned no one in Lochmarn would know what to. The only local guy who worked.
What does this Fitzgerald guy look like?
Big head, big ears, and face irons.
What?
You know, spectacles, glasses. He's blind as a bat without him.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get in?
No,
Does anyone live there?
no, only,
What?
oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No,
What is it you're covering up?
I ain't scared of nothing.
I'll give you one last chance to tell me.
Oh, yeah?
Then I'm taking you back.
Oh, there's a go. It's called the Phantom.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, or...
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what. I just reached the top of the wall.
What
A horrible snuffling and snorting. It was coming.
Did you find out what was making the noise?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like humped. The moon was cracked the yard. I would have gone home, but me.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down, all grey and tattered. Then, I was so scared.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The blood.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Lochmarn?
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. Did this he tries to warn the sheriff dead while he's in the tunnel.
My God.
Who are you?
Yeah, right.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. 10 kids if you count the wives.
Have you ever seen this?
What a slimy character.
Take a look at this, McGuire.
It's an idea.
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin?
No.
Do you recognize this match?
No, sir. I never...
See you later, kid.
Okay, miss.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
What?
I need to speak with you.
What's the problem?
What do you think? Wrong.
Oh.
Can I get you another drink?
Oh. I would...
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist.
That's right. Where can I find Professor Pegram?
I heard he's gone fishing. I don't know where.
Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
McGuire says you did.
You don't believe that damn hooligan, do you?
Why not?
His probation officer could tell you a tale or two.
Have you heard about the gem which Pegram found?
I heard a rumor, but you can't believe everything you hear or see.
What can you tell me about the cat?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell.
Have you ever explored the castle?
I used to play there sometimes. When I was... Then one of the little ones fell off the wall and broke his head. We didn't go there.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No. At least I don't...
Look closely. He has a scar on his face.
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
Check out this past.
Yeah. It's yours, is it?
Not
Thomas Merlin? No.
See you later. The man's arm lay across the towel, preventing me from moving it. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
Do I know him? Do I know the good professor himself? No. I mean, I know who he is, but I don't know him to talk to.
What is this? Did you...
He's not even remote.
Thanks. Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not...
Is that a fact? What the hell?
It's the science of archaeology. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beef. Fast food cotton.
Is it true that Pegram found a...
What? Where have you been, Pot? Forgotten.
Nobody told.
Did anyone from the village work at...
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called... What a...
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
I think me brain box needs a spot of lubricate.
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who? Doyle? Has he conned you into buying? Shame on you, Patrick.
Just to point this...
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him. He was speaking with the boss.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, we should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He doesn't join that rod. Would you be one of them history...
That's right. Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist, and you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels and...
Seems I missed all the excitement. Bye for now. Hey,
Hello there.
do you recognize the man in...
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a...
Don't be fooled.
No. Well...
Does this...
Uh...
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
Are you sure you...
It's the face.
Bye for now. I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses. A rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs could be... Hello there.
Pleased to...
Do you know...
Not that, but I saw a pint with our esteemed host, I might add.
Why is Peagram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticated. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as...
I never worked out.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
Do you...
I'm sorry, but I don't. He'll back.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down.
What can you tell me about the gem which
Now there's a gem which should never have been. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel?
Yes, that's right.
Another bloody news hound. Well, you're wasting your time here, boy. You'll find the people of Lochmarn are tight-lipped and cautious.
Why? Have you got something to...
It's just that we don't like to wash our dirty laundry.
What do you make of this tissue?
I guess that muck on it is grease paint.
There's no fooling you, Mr. O'Brien. What can you tell me about the cast?
Ah, you're wasting your time. There's no story there. Just a...
Was it Pegram who dug up the
the same man. If he wasn't his twin brother. And can you guess what?
He sent it to a museum in Paris.
More than that. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spect.
So it's not just a local there really is a phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh, no. I was
Goodbye for now.
uh,
He wasn't listening. The guy with the fiddle, meanwhile. I was about to reach. The man's arm lay across. Hi there, old timer.
What?
Nasty. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? Father, says I, why were we born to suffer?
What did he say?
He said it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Oh, yes, prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary court.
Halitosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman now.
Excuse me?
Police.
Do you know Pegram?
That's the scrawn. No, I don't know.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff leak.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can...
Were you aware that Pegram was conducting an archaeologic...
I don't meddle in other people's affairs.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
I told you, I never...
Can you...
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid out...
Then... To be sure. We...
Ghost...
You can't...
There's...
That's right.
Can you just...
It was...
Are you sure it...
Skunk. No.
I think I know what you saw on the couch.
I know what
I don't think so.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of...
Oh?
Do you reckon...
Is that supposed to be you?
No.
I can't tell without me glasses.
I'll see you later.
Hey, where do you think you're...
Excuse me?
No customers behind the bar.
I recognized the guy from McGuire's description. He was real twitchy.
Hello.
Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig.
You don't believe him, do you? Patrick Doyle is a moron and a scoundrel.
Even...
You can't prove that, mister.
See you later.
Hello?
Nico?
Who is it?
It's me, George.
Oh, hello, George.
What's
it like there?
kind of sleepy. Comatose, even.
Did you get to talk to Pigram?
Are you okay?
Oh, sure I am. Don't worry about me. Any signs of our friend the clown?
You're kidding. You probably never even heard of Lochmarn. I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses. A rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs. The farmer's craggy face was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots.
Hi. Well, now, what if I was to say an implication of cognizance shrouded in denial?
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist. It was a...
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're...
I was a little out of practice. Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Yeah.
Back in England, I suppose.
Do you
Look at the facts. He dug up the gem. He disappeared. Bingo. It doesn't take a degree in mathematics to work that one. You don't have to be a smarty Pythagoras with a calculator.
I guess not.
Pegram has run off with the gem.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years.
Who built the castle?
Mad Phelan, the first lord of Lochmarn. Well, I say lord, but actually he was little more than a village chieftain. He built his castle from the remains of the Templars.
Where was the site of the Templar preceptor?
Right here on Temple Hill. Phelan built right on top of the old wall. It's said that deep beneath these walls there's a Templar chapel.
Did Pegram discover the chapel?
I don't know. His workers were sworn.
Do you mind?
What? You'd break your stupid neck for sure. Do you think
I'd be very careful, and I promise...
you won't get the chance? Not while I'm here to stop you.
Good book?
Um,
Yeah, what's the title?
Creative Shelving for Beginners. The 1978 edition.
What's so cool about home improvement?
There's nothing like it. The resinous autumnal aroma of season. Ah, no wonder our Lord came to earth as the son of a humble... I bet he was a wizard with a chisel and a length of tube.
Surely the portrayal of Christ's adoptive family as humble artisans...
I don't know about that, but I know they were carpenters. Haven't you read the book?
Well, no. But I have seen The Greatest Story Ever Told, and I don't recall Jesus... Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, but I wouldn't trust him. His eyes are too close together. He's not a friend of yours, is he? I knew it! Piggy eyes. Can't trust him.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
I can't read that little right.
It says Thomas Merlin.
Is that your name? Tommy Merlin?
No. But what a great stage name. It had what my high school hypnosis act. For a few seconds, I bathed in spotlights on a thundering tide of applause.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. What do you make of this matchbook?
Seems ordinary enough to me.
Do you recognize...
I already told...
I have to go now.
Hello.
Does this matchbook mean anything?
No.
See you later. Hey!
Hello, Derek.
Do you recognize...
No.
Bye for now. I took hold of the grating and pulled hard, but it didn't move. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move. I tapped the plastic with the lifting key, but it was too strong to shatter. The workman's key was specific, unfortunately. Hey,
What do you want to know?
are you sure Fitzgerald worked at the dig?
Oh, yes. It was him.
Well, he denies it. I wish you'd told me that sooner. What were they doing?
Pegram gave Fitzy a box. He didn't look too happy about it.
I knew it. But how am I going to persuade him to part with it?
Break his fingers.
Nah, I couldn't do that.
I could.
Thanks for the offer, kid, but I'll try a more subtle approach.
Chinese burns?
Do you know where I could find Fitzgerald?
He's inside, but you won't get no sense out of him.
How?
He's like a frightened rabbit. A real bag of nerves. Boy, the fella's scared of his own shadow.
What's Fitzgerald scared of?
Everything and everyone.
So I shouldn't have any trouble getting him to talk.
He's a pushover. But don't scare him too much. Try the soft touch. Butter him up a bit.
Take a look. Ever heard of...
No?
I heard...
That's right.
You haven't seen the gem, have you?
Hell no. He could be...
See you later.
Okay. Hello.
McGuire says he saw you working at the... What's more, he saw you talking with Pegram.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught. Just my luck. Grasped up by a delinquent and a dimwit.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about...
But he's not here.
So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitz. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
I'm from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem. Hey!
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling up?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out. Noisy little...
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brand.
Oh, yes.
Not me.
Me too. No.
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me...
I was standing here when I saw this beautiful red sports car. Would you look at that, says I. And I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass. Well, the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed like a bloody pixie.
Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand. The plastic cover had been smashed by the Pixie's car, revealing a switch. It was impossible to return the switch to its original position. I tugged at the trapdoor, but it was locked from the inside. I took hold. The drain was covered with an iron grating, through which I could hear the rush and... There was no food on...
Hello?
Nico?
Uh,
It's me. Are you okay?
Yes.
Well, take...
Yeah.
You're kidding. He probably never even heard of Lochmarn.
Top of the morning to...
I beg.
Well, that's what you Irish...
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your...
Well, I was trying to...
Is it a room you're...
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could. If you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the Undertaker comes to collect him.
Do you know Sean Fitzgerald very well?
I know him enough not to sell him more than 2 pints. He's like a kid when he gets a few beers inside him.
I'm not surprised. He's on medication. For his nerves.
There's nothing wrong with his nerves.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
In a manner of speaking, I am.
Right, me boyo, 160 quid he owes me, pay up.
That's Pegram's business, not...
Ah, but he's done a bunk, hasn't he?
I know. That's why I'm here.
And what about the money he owes me?
When I find him, I'll remind him about it. Did Pegram stay here?
Yes, he did. 6 nights plus breakfast.
He couldn't have had breakfast this morning. Not unless he had it afore he went to bed.
What the hell are you talking?
The history fella. I seen him this morning. Crack of dawn. I had to get up at 4 o'clock to see to the missus.
I didn't know your wife was sick.
She's not. Anyhow, I went out to empty the bucket. And what do you think I...
For the love of God, Doyle, get...
It was the history man, heading out to the village, on a boat.
I knew it. Hand over me money, or I'll throw you out.
A glass of beer, please.
Don't change the subject. Are you gonna pay me Pegram's rent?
No way. Listen, I'm not really his friend. I've never even met the guy. But I need to find Pegram urgently.
Damn right it is.
Excuse me for butting in, Michael, but I think the young fella's telling the truth.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, I understand. Can I see Pegram's room?
It's been taken by one of the brothers from the reformatory. They come every year for spiritual refreshment.
That's a good one. Their idea of refreshment is a...
I wouldn't want to disturb, especially not a big fella from the bad.
I don't blame you, Mick. That brother...
Have you served any,
No. You're the first.
Seriously, I'm...
A woody...
I shouldn't think so. What can you tell me about the cast?
You're the second person to ask me that today. I don't know anything about... It's only an old drone anyway.
Who else was asking about the cast?
He said he was a reporter. He was asking about the little people.
I could have told him a tale or two about the little... He might have paid me to hear what he wanted me to say.
Anyway, I chucked him out on it.
Good for you, Mick. That's the way to deal with journalists.
I'll try a glass of beer.
Is this your first pint of real...
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients. It shouldn't be kept under pressure. And finally, it should have a good...
In other words, it's flat and worn with bits in.
I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional. Oh, well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my dear, is it?
Do you recognize...
No.
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahone.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat? Didn't he teach you the art of pugilism? Doyle.
Sorry, Michael. I was miles away. What did you say?
Never mind. Well, no. Isn't that marvelous?
Here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer. And when you finish that, will you take a look at the pumps?
I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses. A rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs could be my... There was nothing physically wrong with the glass washer. There was nothing physically wrong with the... I used all my knowledge of electrical engineering to examine the plug. Seemed fine to me. It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it must be the wiring.
Well,
Well, what?
are you going to fix this glass washer or not?
There was nothing physically wrong with the glass washer. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it... It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. I used all my... Seemed fine to me. I was about to reach for the pump when a rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs could be my last. Hey! What do you know about leprechauns, Doyle?
Leprechauns! Is it the little people? Sure, and a cousin of mine was wed to one.
Oh, come on. Do you really expect me to...
It's the truth, I'm telling you. She fell asleep on a bed. When she woke up,
Tell me more about your cousin and the
oh, well, young Mary was speechless. Be my bride. Okay, says she. And he slipped sorry indeed.
Amen.
So there you are. Proof.
Well, that's no proof. All you...
Not so.
Did...
What promise was that now?
That she'd never want for riches again.
Now, there's the strangest thing.
I thought you said she was claiming the social power.
Indeed, Mr. O'Brien. But there's riches and riches. She told me...
Bye for now. Excuse me, Mr.
What now?
The boy told me Fitzgerald was driven away in the car that hit him.
McGuire's always spinning wild yarns. I don't know where he gets them from. Television, if I was you, I'd take what he says with a generous pinch of salt.
McGuire's tale about the car sounds quite plausible to me. He says the driver was dressed like a...
That boy has a head full of fluffy toys.
Goodbye for now.
Good riddance.
Hey!
Hello there.
Oh, nothing. It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer. Almost as if he'd sensed my... Hello again.
What?
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel
That's right. And when my little lover feels it round her slender...
If I was a woman, I wouldn't think much of a wire
It's not made for a... I've got my sights on tastier dishes than women. Flesh as smooth and tender as a maiden's. Bones as soft and white as a new rabbit, lad. That...
Ah, so you're making snares to trap rabbits.
That's right.
Damn right I do. Isn't it painful?
Only if I get me fingers caught.
I'm talking about the rabbits. Do they feel...
You... Take a look. Oh, yeah.
I don't suppose it means anything to you, does it?
No.
What is it?
Nothing. Go away and stop bothering.
Hey, would you like... Take a look at this item.
I don't...
I'll see you later.
I'm still waiting for you to fix this glass washer.
Okay. Almost as if he'd sensed my intentions, the old derelict snatched the wire from the table. As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire. I used all... seemed... I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing, a free half pint to that man on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer?
I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
What a dumb place to store a flashlight. A dark cellar. The only way I was going to find anything down there was to feel around. My hand closed on a long metal... I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. I pulled the lever and the bolt creaked back into place. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. I lifted the trap door. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor.
Excuse me.
There was a nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
It wasn't my nerves that stopped me jumping. It was my damned legs. They wouldn't move. The trap door gave access to the cellar of the bar. Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
See you later.
Oh.
It was Peagrim's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. As I held it aloft, I realized the fascination it could command. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way. You're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's...
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari. I searched the trash, but there was nothing. It was a couple of paper sacks filled with trash. It was a bunch of cleaning material. I looked among the cleaning materials, but saw nothing. The carton was damp and soft. It was a calendar with a faded photograph of a... faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored... It was a rusty faucet. I shut off the faucet as tight as I could, but it kept on dripping. Touching the glass washer would have been like putting my hand in a... Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
I found your flashlight.
So I see. You'd better keep hold of that until you fix the pumps.
Thanks. Hey, McGuire.
What do you want?
Give me your...
Get lost.
Oh, come on.
No, Fad.
I just...
All right.
Gotcha.
Didn't feel a thing.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Hi, it's me again.
So I...
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill, and
Sure, it was an awful noise.
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car. The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah, he knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot. How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh, no, but he has been abducted.
Well,
aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle, his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
You don't. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous!
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay. On the back of the cart was a crazily stacked tower of hay bales, leaning precariously against the castle wall. A stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland. I pushed my fingers into the narrow crack. It went back several inches into the rock. There was a narrow crack between two of the stones where the centuries-old mortar had crumbled away. I inserted the end. It remained It was the fiercest, meanest-looking old goat I'd ever laid eyes upon. It was a rusted piece of iron, maybe part of a plow or something. Hey, Billy. The animal fixed on me with an evil, behind the malice and resentment. How you doing, boy? I felt as threatened as I'd been. The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post. I tugged at the lifting key and found it was held quite securely. The lifting key. Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
See you later.
Okay.
Hello.
Ah, hello there. Let me introduce you to my pals.
We've already met. I want you to know you have my sympathy.
Oh, it's just terrible, awful.
It's the worst news I heard all day.
It's top the bad news all right for this week and the next.
The whole year.
It's worse than that. It's a worse disaster than living memory.
Isn't it the biggest calamity in the history of the village?
I would say it's the biggest in the history of Ireland.
The most awesome disaster since mankind paddled out of the primal crop.
There's no beer.
What about Sean?
There's no point in launching an ill-equipped expedition to save the lad. In a life-or-death situation, preparation is essential. That's why I slipped in here.
For a point.
Is a glass of beer more important than a man?
Were you talking to me?
To all of you. Sean Fitzgerald has met with God knows what, and all you can do is drink.
Sean has gone for a ride in a flash car, that's all. Why don't you calm down and join us?
Would you like to shake my hand?
What is this? I don't do that male bonding stuff.
This is the gem that Pegram found.
So that's what all the fuss was. I can't see why myself. Why men would fight and steal and kill.
Well, it's kind of neat.
You sure?
I gotta go. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Does this gem...
Sure.
Thanks. Hey!
Hello, Derek.
Do you recognize the...
Saints be praised. It must be worth a fortune.
Maybe it is. It's the one which...
Oh.
How come he left it behind? I'm looking after it.
Oh.
Bye for now. Nico?
Oui.
It's me. Are you okay?
Yes.
Well, take care.
Yeah. And he...
Yeah. He turned up dressed as a pixie.
What?
He came back and talked to me.
Oh, you're crazy, George. The killer knows who you...
Relax. It wasn't me he was after. It was... It was an electric pump operated by pushing a small lever. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
I don't want...
I'll just get...
The man... Hey!
Hello, Derek.
Oh, no... Hey! May I
No,
Well,
because I'll spill me beer if you do.
do you recognize...
Yes, you
Bye for now. As the man raised his arm to drink, I snatched the towel away. I tried to pull the lever, but it... Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
What do you make of this, kid?
Hey, that's one of Leary's towels. He'll skin you.
That old windbag doesn't scare me. Anyhow,
You're pretty cool, mister.
see you later, kid.
Okay.
Uh... 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 Hey, Billy. The goat responded with a cool and... Hmm. The goats... Hey, Billy. The goat... Hey, Billy. The goat responded with a cool and penetrating stare. The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post. Hey, Billy. The goat responded with a cool and penetrating stare. The goat's movements were restricted by a halter tied to a metal post. I tried to pull the lever, but it wouldn't move with the trap door open. The rope. there was a pattern of 5 holes arranged on the wall. They'd been drilled there deliberately. I placed my fingers and thumb into the holes in the wall. It was a statue which had fallen from its place on the wall. 5 fingers. The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand. As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern. I swung. The only object on the table which interested me was a small sack. The bench had probably been used by Pegram and his archaeological team. As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was. Plaster of Paris. I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints. I reached into the sack. I tried in vain to move the panel. Behind the altar was a carved panel decorated with animals, birds, and plants. I placed my fingers in the 5 impressions left by the fallen stone. I placed my fingers in the 5 impressions left by the fallen stone. It was weird. They fit perfectly. I placed my fingers and thumb into the holes in the wall. Nothing happened. I sprinkled the plaster on the sand until the holes were filled. I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. The patch of sand where the statue had fallen was covered with a dense sprinkling of I placed my I tried. It was a statue which had fallen from its place on the wall, 5 fingers of stone projected from the back of the carving. I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. It was my first experience of home. I squeezed the towel as hard as I could, but I smoothed the I I squeezed the towel as hard as I could. The patch of sand where the statue had fallen was covered with a dense sprinkling of plaster. The faucet. I held the towel under the faucet. The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by... I eased the sub underneath. The hardened plaster cast fitted... A flight of stairs led down into darkness.
So, what?
At McDevitt's, I got to drinking with Doyle and
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep?
not much. I had to share the room with an...
Did it snow?
Hardly. Then Leary...
The cellar was flooded?
Yeah, some idiot had left the faucet
And you say Pegram has disappeared?
without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
Pegram's gem?
The Templars gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man. Let's take another look at the manuscript. The Night Scroll bears a phrase in Latin. Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. That's the tripod in the crew. There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a... But the... That's the gem that Pegram found in Loch... Let's take another look at the manuscript. The Night Scroll bears a phrase in... Through my teachings, you will be in...
Fascinating.
You're not in? Yeah? Do you want to look after the...
No, George.
Let's... There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. There's a guy working... There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. That... I can't...
Okay.
Oh, shut... The window was full of overpriced clothes for overprivileged women. I beg your pardon. Are you Andre?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No, I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
Does the name Montfaucon mean...
Sure, it was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
a public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn.
Lochmarn? That's where Pegram was digging.
That's right. He'd left the excavation before I arrived. Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
The second week of July?
Maybe.
So Pegram was in Paris at the same time as the other victims.
Pardon? Victims of what?
Nothing. Just thinking aloud. What do you...
Nothing.
Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
What do you make of this tool?
Interesting. Where did...
From a dig in Paris.
Vraiment? I didn't realize there were any...
What can...
He was responsible.
I know that, but why was Philip so hot to get rid of them?
Mostly because he wanted to get his hands on their treasure. He had an enormous debt and a lifelong war with England to fund.
If the Templars were so powerful, how did this Philippe dude wipe them out?
By underhanded, dishonorable means, of course. The Pope was Clement V, a French...
French, huh? Handy
Fate had nothing. He was Philippe's puppet, planted to further... Philippe wanted the wealth of the Templars, and you...
So what?
Sealed orders were sent out all over France, not to be... That day was Friday, July. That's the origin of our superstition regarding that... At dawn, it was the biggest...
What happened to the Templars after their arrest?
Philippe, not surprising.
Like what?
Oh, the sort of things you read about. Devil worship, lewd sex...
Well, that must have given their lawyers some head.
Whether or not the accusations were true, this was not good. Most of the charges were probably cooked up. Hundreds of them were found guilty. They died, protest.
But surely Philippe had no proof of his charges.
A man will admit anything. The Inquisition fabricated some, and then suggested to the victims that this was...
But they didn't have to agree.
The records show a Templar coming. Fragments of flesh. What would you know?
So there was no truth at all in the Baphomet act?
Not a shred. No. Baphomet...
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have...
There isn't much. Only a few I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing...
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
So,
On the... There was
does this... Where is it?
somewhere in what used to be called Persia. I'm not too hot on modern geography, I'm afraid. The most recent map I have shows America.
Does the guy...
No,
Are you...
positive.
Can you tell me anything about the...
I sure can, Georgie. So, the...
Gee.
How did... You're glad to...
How... Is it... What... Do you...
No.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah.
Well, just give me the address and I'll...
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. Maybe it was my imagination, but I noticed a predatory look in his eye. Suddenly, this friendly historian had turned into the big bad wolf. This friend who has the
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Ah, I know it well. I'll drop by. Just as...
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Hey, Nico.
Oh,
Have you found out any more about the...
yes, I have. The guy responsible for the downfall was Philippe IV, the King of France, otherwise known as Philippe le Bel.
I've heard of him.
Well, he is known to history as Philippe the Fair, but I'm sure Andre will tell you all about it.
Let's take another look at them. I'll see you again. Oh, hi. What can you tell me about...
Nothing?
Do you recognize this nose? Have you seen anyone out here watching Mademoiselle Collard's apartment?
Yes, I have. A strange man, tall and thin as a broomstick. He kept his face hidden, but I saw his eyes peering from evil little...
How was he dressed?
A long brown raincoat with a hat.
Or like Humphrey Bogart?
Yes, but he didn't have Bogart's charisma. Besides, this guy looked like he needed a toilet. You never saw Bogart clenching his buttocks like that.
See you later.
That's right.
Hey, Nico.
Oh,
I'll see you again soon.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Hello?
Do you recognize...
No.
A typically Parisian sidewalk. Last time I decided I would... Excuse me, officer.
And how may I help you?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens within...
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days...
No, monsieur. I read it on that board.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic.
Yeah, so?
I could direct the traffic. The most... Or I can sit here and enjoy the sight. Which would you...
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman.
An excellent...
Have you seen this man before?
No.
I believe him to be an internet...
Oh,
Is that all you can say?
I did wonder if... But it didn't...
Take a look at this.
Ah! My TV has been acting up. Could you fix it?
I doubt it. This isn't my ID. Does this match book...
The pattern looks Middle Eastern. Beyond that, who knows?
If you try... It's...
Well, Allah!
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur.
In French, English, and German, it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the Temple, and in the following 2 years, many of the knights were hanged on this site. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was... I didn't have time to sit around. A row of old pews, beautifully carved and glow. I thought of all those fur, that... Whoa! A knight's tomb, his effigy in marble lying in perpetual state. Biblical references engraved into the tomb edge to guide his way to the... I guess. Just think, there's a dead guy under there. I was surprised Philip le Bel had left this place alone. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard. I wondered if this... an architectural echo of the
Hey! Hey, you! What? Leave that comer!
Sorry, no harm in...
You stay away from...
Hello again, officer.
Hello?
Look at this gem.
Cut glass!
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go on?
So either it's glass or I'm mad? I didn't like to think about that for... I'll see you...
Oui, monsieur.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the... I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
the Hagenmeyer Clinic. In the Avenue des Hérissons.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he...
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak?
Not really. See you later. It's George.
That's great.
Yeah, if I get to see him, I'll let you know.
Okay.
The old building managed to retain some of its, but the modern... There was no sign of the crew of the ambulance.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to have this cute habit when I was a kid.
Keep it to yourself. Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
And sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of...
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
See you later.
Right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the hack?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature.
I'm here to see Jacques Marquet.
Oh, yes. Are you related to our client, sir?
Yeah, I'm his, long-lost brother.
A brother half his age with a different name and an American accent.
Yeah, people always say that. I blame Mom. We were separated at an early age. After a mix-up in the nursery at the Oakland shopping mall.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life.
I guess not. Has Marquet been visited by a man in a clown costume?
Oh, no.
You haven't seen a man in disguise?
Well, there's Theodore the bear. He comes every Thursday to entertain the children. Personally, I think he scares them half to death in that crummy old bear suit. If I was stuck on my back with tubes in every orifice, he's the last person I'd want to see.
Has Marquet had a visit from a pair of gangsters?
I should hope not. Can you describe them?
A thin guy who looks like a weasel and his friend, the gorilla.
Sounds as if they escaped from the zoo.
So, do I get to see Marquet before the funeral?
That attitude will get you nowhere. My instructions were quite clear. No one gets to see Marquet. So unless you can prove you're a relative or a close acquaintance, you're wasting your time here.
Have you seen this man here at the clinic?
No, sir. And I never forget a face.
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on Ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's being transferred to... Oh, dear. He's on Ward J2. That's... Nurse Grendel's ward.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything.
I mean, everything is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock alarm call, 6:10 bowel movement, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
Oh, you mean she's been here a long time?
No, I mean there's not a man in this clinic who hasn't sprawled out on her.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2. And good luck.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow. As I tugged the plug out of the socket,
Mr. Shine? Hey now, you can't go in there. I'm responsible for the...
hello.
What's that?
I'd like to talk to you.
That's what... Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
It's a deal.
Do you know a nurse called Grendel?
Sure I do.
Is she on duty today?
Yeah, end of the corridor, ward J2.
Would Mr. Shiny be your polishing machine by any chance?
Please, don't call him that. He's more of a friend than a machine. I've had Mr. Shiny for 3 years, and he's never let me down once.
How come you got so attached to a polishing machine?
I asked you not to call him that. He's got a name, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Shiny. It's just that...
You think it's odd, don't you?
No,
I don't mind. The rest of the staff think I'm twisted. I heard them snorking behind me back when I gave Mr. Shiny his weekly pull through.
Whatever you've got with this metal mop-foot is probably a fine and noble thing.
It is? Say, it's not every day I meet someone as crazy as me.
Have you seen any unsavory characters lurking about in the quarters?
No, sir, I haven't. But I've got nothing to worry about. What's that, Mr. Shiny? You'd take good care of the rascals, I'll bet you would. With a friend like him, I've no fear of oppressors.
It must be a great comfort.
He is.
Do you know where I'd find a patient called Marquet?
No, I'm not allowed on the wards with Mr. Shiny.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Who is it?
That's what I'm asking you. Have you seen him before?
How should I know? You haven't told me who he is.
Take a look at the photo.
Yeah, okay.
Now, have you seen him before?
No.
See you later.
Yeah.
Oui, monsieur.
Is this Ward J2?
It is, but you're not supposed to be here. We have strict rules about visiting hours.
Can't you make an exception? I've come all the way from California.
You must speak to the doctor.
I can't wait that long. What if he snuffs it?
You can't talk like that here. This is a hospital. You will have to leave.
Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
You can tell me how my brother is, can't you?
Of course, monsieur. What is his name?
Jacques Marquet.
Let me see. He's satisfactory.
I was told he was dying.
Well, he is, but the doctor described his condition as satisfactory. That's quite an improvement on yesterday.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I...
Thank you, nurse.
You may come
Thanks.
the second Tuesday of each month.
Maybe the face of the unaccountably happy domestic had made me unduly suspicious. I mean, I knew it was only my imagination, but the water tasted, well, peculiar. As I...
Not again!
I wasn't in... Doctor...
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J...
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection.
Thank you, nurse. Well, who's...
Monsieur Croquet in bed 2.
What's his problem?
He's been complaining of loss of consciousness. You'll need this, Doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Hello, Doctor.
The nurse told me you keep losing consciousness.
That's right. I've had the problem as long as I can remember. It's a real out-of-body experience. Like death, but not so conclusive.
I see. How long does it last?
Just a fraction of a second, and then I recover.
I might not have been a doctor, but I was formulating a diagnosis all the same. This guy was nuts. I know exactly what you mean. It's known in the medical field as blinking.
Is it serious?
Of course it isn't serious. It's perfectly natural.
But just think, 2 seconds every minute. Why, that's almost half an hour every day. 2 weeks out of it.
I don't have time to listen to this.
He's round the corner, in solid.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but the men who brought him in were wearing masks and rubber gloves. Hey, you're a doctor.
We doctors don't know everything.
Then how come you act like you do?
Has Marquet had any visitors?
Nah, neither have I. That's the worst thing about being in hospital. You feel like the rest of the world has abandoned you.
Well, you know how it is. Life goes on.
Thanks for those comforting words.
Do you know what this piece of equipment...
No.
Well,
thanks.
Hello again. Do you reckon...
Nah, Doc.
A cold...
What are you...
No.
Oh.
Well,
thanks.
the graph showed a steady decline, and it kind of shook me to see this guy's life reduced to a few. Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a quad...
You better believe it. What's your impression of Nurse...
She's a very...
Efficient? You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not... She's quite... You've got to have...
What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room. That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common...
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, Doctor. But I...
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
Really? He's a dead ringer for my bank manager. Of course, Mr. Soames hasn't got a scar, and he doesn't come from the Middle East. His hair's a
Remark. See.
Doctor,
What is it?
you haven't taken my blood.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it.
Of course I.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this. I'll come back later. His temperature was normal, with little fluctuation either way.
Oh, Doctor,
What now?
you didn't finish taking my blood pressure.
Okay, let's try again.
You don't have the first idea what you're doing, do you?
I'll come back when you've recovered your... This guy didn't look sick to me. He didn't have spots or stitches. Hi. I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my job. See you later.
You haven't finished taking my blood pressure.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients.
I'll keep quiet when you've taken my blood pressure properly.
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come he gets preferential treatment? It's because he's got money.
It's not like that. I'll come back when you've dealt with that chip on your shoulder.
You haven't finished taking...
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other... Pardon me, nurse.
Oui, monsieur?
What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir.
Now, I was no doctor, but this guy...
Hi, my name's George Stovard.
Aha! Just the... You must be the...
Yeah.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bernie, come here. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I try...
Do your own babysitting, Gramps. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
I am Felix Hagenmeyer.
And may I say what an honor it is to meet you in person, sir. You are on my medical wall of fame. Right up there with Pasteur and Leary. I look on it...
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real...
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
Look what Nurse Grendel gave me, sir.
Ah, yes, very good. I'm glad to see you're carrying it with you. It reassures the public to see the medical profession using traditional archaic tools.
Look what Nurse Grendel gave me, sir.
Yes, yes. You told me.
So long, Hagenmeyer.
Hey, Benoit.
There's no need to shout. What do you want?
Do you know the nurse on Ward J?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I was stuck. I didn't mean to get my hands dirty.
Shut up.
Okay.
Here, take this
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something. Follow me, Ben.
I'm right behind.
Excuse me, sir. Look at...
Yeah.
So long.
Could you take a look at the client in bed? His name
What's his...
is...
I'll have... Hi, it's me again. See you later.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready with that pressure gauge?
Primed and ready to pump, sir. What do you want me to do?
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Stobart.
Bonjour, docteur.
Have you heard of a guy called Marquet?
He's in quarantine, doc, right behind this here door.
Marquet is just the man I wanted to see.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you. He has anthrax.
I have to visit my patient.
What for?
Routine.
What if he's not?
I'll sign the certificate and register his bed as vacant.
That's a cold and distant attitude to death.
Well, I've been institutionalized to the point of godlike aloofness.
The white coat suits you.
Thanks. Have you seen any suspicious characters on the ward?
Yeah, I have.
A gorilla and a weasel?
No, this was a tatty old bear.
How was the bear acting
Well, he was wearing a homburg.
Is that against the law?
No, but it's pretty weird for a bear.
Don't you think it's possible that the bear was a man in disguise?
Well, obviously, I'm not completely stupid. But who would go to the bother of disguising himself as a bear? It's not as if he'd blend in with the surroundings. I checked. They told me to sit tight until reinforcements arrive. No, I have not.
Catch you later, officer.
Au revoir. If you see that... Rather you than me, pal.
On the top of the chart was his name, Jacques Marquet. I didn't need to be a doctor to read the graphs. Marquet?
Yes, I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get it over with.
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lamar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassins.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster quickly. Tell him that I have found the tripod right here in Paris.
What, you have it?
Not yet, but it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know them?
We've met. What about the Hashashin?
He's more likely to have followed Klausner. He'll stop at nothing to prevent the reforging of the sword.
And that's bad, is it?
As for Klausner, he has gone off to Syria on a wild goose chase.
They have geese in Syria?
He has a theory about the looking.
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that.
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Stand back, monsieur.
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window. Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves. Have you ever heard of the Hashiashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust. I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rosso or Sergeant Moo? Oh, were you referring to Andre?
I'll let you work it out. Excuse me.
What do you want now?
Have you ever heard
What was that?
the cult of the assassins?
What are you trying to say, Stobart?
That the clown is a member of that cult.
I see. And what proofs do you have?
Proof? I arrived at my conclusion through logical deduction and...
Pseudo-intellectual people. Leave the investigation of crime to those who know best. The police.
Is Rosso...
Yes, he is.
Yes, I do.
One moment, Miss... Stobart is here to see you, monsieur.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well. What now?
Ever heard of a guy called Marquet? Jacques Marquet?
Marquet. He has a record for suspected blackmail, kidnapping, arson, and art theft.
An all-rounder, huh? How come he's on the loose?
His bravado is matched only by the courtroom skills of his attorney.
Have you heard of the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. But of course, monsieur, their fame is widespread throughout France. We haven't forgotten them, unlike the rest of Europe.
It was the King of France who persecuted...
Indeed.
That shook his cool. Underneath his cultured facade, the man was real twitchy. You're obviously a great admirer of the Knights Templar. Not everyone would share...
Not everyone shares my passion.
But if the Templars were as honorable as...
That's enough. I do not wish to hear your uninformed opinions, Stobart.
Why'd you get so wound up about the Knights Templar? They've been dead for centuries. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. Whatever.
The Templars were the first true internationalists. 800 years on, and still the world... You will excuse me.
You have left it very late, monsieur.
Late for what?
Anything? I am closing the museum soon. You wouldn't like to get locked in. I can tell you. Not in this gallery.
Why not?
It is haunted, monsieur.
You don't believe in ghosts, surely.
Oh, yes, I do. 7 years ago, a lad managed to hide in here. He'd made a bet with his friends, I suppose. When I found him in the morning, he was cold as ice and stiff as a board.
Well, what was the cause of death?
They said it was a brain, but on his face was a...
Scary. Forget it.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already? Eh bien.
Good night.
Hey, Guido! Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and...
Oh, Guido!
What's the big idea, you dummy?
The mummy! It's come!
If that's a mommy, I'm glad I'm an orphan.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me.
Eh bien,
Hey, Guido! Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight.
Oh, Guido!
What's the big idea, you dummy? If
Oh, Guido!
what's the
Oh,
what?
oh,
What's the
oh,
if that if that's the mommy.
Hey.
What the? Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed...
Porsche.
What a mess. I bungled the whole
I don't think so. You...
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean... It was you who stole the... Oh, hell, Nico.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plan. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, je...
Oh,
And...
nothing happened.
Yeah.
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
Maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
Oh, by the way, I had a visit from André.
Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was like... He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets there. He made a sketch of the Knight's Crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family...
I sure hope so.
That's it. What are you...
I picked... Let's... There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. That's the gem. That... Do you want to... Are you...
Positive.
There was nothing in the... The glass case was intact, but the tripod had been replaced by a sign reading, "Exhibit temporarily..." Hi, Andre. What's with the...
Haven't you heard? She tried.
No kidding.
I just don't get it. So many other treasures. And the thief...
A modern-day alchemist?
Who knows? There's no shortage. Hey, I visited...
Yeah, she...
Ooh, quite a... I didn't expect anything...
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes, it was a radical Muslim sect. It was formed in 11th century...
At roughly the same time as the...
Yes, they gave a new...
How did the assassins get their...
From the legend, a young man, he awoke to find himself the freshest water.
Cool. Do you have...
I haven't finished the story. There was...
Wouldn't you just...
The young man would wake the... He was told that a heaven he would enjoy for eternity.
How did the... And does the... Do you reckon... What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from...
We get...
It's a story.
What story does the...
It was...
Thank you. Maybe not. Hello again, officer.
Hello again, monsieur.
What do you think of...
A blood pressure...
Take a look at this.
My TV has been acting up. Could you pick...
What do you know about... Have a look... You mean...
No.
What do you make...
Delightful. Would you like to see some of my...
Hell?
Then...
I'll see you...
Oui, monsieur.
I had no desire to talk to the crowd. Hey, you with the balls.
Oui?
Have you seen this man before?
No.
What do you know about the night?
Le Templier? On an ad?
Wow.
No, monsieur. I read it.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is...
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
No!
A jongler? What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur in centuries past, the courts of the crowned heads of Europe, witty, erudite men to whom the...
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders. Plague, ravage. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler. I don't think so. That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, perhaps you feel you could do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my...
I had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be? A lot more difficult than I thought. That's how difficult. Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No,
You smoke.
No, I don't.
In that case, we need nothing.
Look, a red nose.
Ah, you are a clown.
A clown?
No, if so, you would be a much better jungle.
For a moment, an idea capered around near the spotlight of my attention, but fell down the pothole of abstraction before I could focus on it. This gadget... Look.
How you say? Whooped it.
Look.
How you say?
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
I couldn't open it with my bare hands. Sorry, no harm. Hi again. Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You still...
No. It didn't seem right. Catch you later.
Au revoir.
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that? A typically Parisian sidewalk cafe. Last time I visited, I decided I was happy enough right where I was. Hello again, officer. What do you think of the juggler?
Ah, he is.
But he's blocking the thoroughfare and obstructing traffic.
So? He is amusing. The traffic isn't. If he wants to block it, who am I to say no?
You're a cop.
Ah, oui.
No.
Ah, a license. This I had not considered.
So what are you going to do?
The instant I return to the station, I shall check.
Return to the station? Why not just ask him?
And spoil his concentration. What kind of a barbarian do you take me for?
Does this red nose...
Ah!
Do I look like a...
No. Although, nah, if I'd known you were a clown, it would have been, and not a humiliation.
What do you mean?
Whoever heard of a plain-clothes clown?
He had a point. So you're saying that if I juggle badly with a red nose, I'd be the king of comedy. But if I juggle badly without it...
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur, you have it.
I'll see you around.
Oui.
An architectural echo of the gallows that once used to stand here. Fixed to the wall was a sign in 3 languages. Hi again.
Oui?
Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
It looks like one of mine, or at least another jongleur.
Or a clown?
Mais naturellement, a clown.
Hardly a break. I'd like to have another try at juggling, please.
You have gone on a crash course, perhaps?
No, I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
If you insist on completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay, now for my secret weapon. The juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected his balls and left in a fury. Hey, you forgot one of your balls. Hey! But he didn't hear. Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change. There was no need to take the wine glass. The recent showers had made the levels rise a little, but at least the place didn't smell so much. On the boat was a winching machine. Close up, I could see a faded inscription. My medieval French isn't much, but the few words, maybe. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. The inscription was undecipherable. The plaster had cracked and was falling away. I wondered why. A weird little boat lay tied up. I guess they used it to get maintenance crews. Either that or the Phantom of the Opera was somewhere near. The hook was held rigidly by the tightly wound chain. Okay, it's long jump time. Here goes. Do I look crazy or something? What's a guy supposed to do with a sewer? Hey, that's hollow. It was time for some brutal destruction. Close up, I could see the plaster was thinner where I'd broken through, and behind it were some cogs and a lever. Here goes. Hey, cool. Inside the hole, I could see one of the cogs had come loose and jammed the mechanism solid. Inside the hole, I could see one of the cogs had come loose and jammed the mechanism solid.
In the beginning was the end.
An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness.
In the end will be an
end to
report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal and as obvious targets for budgetary cuts. We have success. They feel that the politicians have cast. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now. Good.
Governments are giving the corporations more respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in the pattern.
the global. We have they are acting on hasty decisions. The pattern is emerging.
Excellent. The tide of the millennium almost. Professor, where is the broken sword?
Ah, as we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on the principle that the Templars, that is to say, our predecessors.
Hold on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sort of Baphomet's location. I have a small army of historians and archaeologists ferreting out that trail.
I trust these historians and archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the Hashashin came near.
And failed. And don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you that we have a sacred duty, a trust? When Philippe attempts, now we have the opportunity to, but time is short. We need results, not petty, not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present.
Ha!
But at least I have not murdered.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Marquet was a liability. Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
I could hear voices from the lit area. This was it. The conspiracy was revealed. Okay, at last, I had them. I could see the fear in their eyes as their little scheme came to... You're all going away for a very long time. And you can just drop those guns. You're...
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it, our endeavors come to nothing. With the sword reforged, we will have the power to sweep the stage of all opposition. The new millennium will belong to us. The next time.
I noticed 3 small notches around the edge of the stump's top. There was a large circle marked out on the floor with a stump in the middle. Around the circle, I could see words inlaid into the stone. The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays, and each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the seal, I could read M-A-R-I-B, Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant. Nico,
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them. These Neo-Templars, they're men and women in influential positions. Don't you see? Plantar was one of them. The assassin killed him for the manuscript, to stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how does he hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria, but they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting. You see, after they'd gone, I discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam and lit the letters M-A-R-I-B.
Marib is a village in Syria.
Then the Neo-Templars are ahead of us. Klausner beat me to it.
You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
Why not?
These guys are crazy and dangerous. That reminds me, you should leave the gem here.
Okay, what about
I'll send it back to Andre, anonymously.
Labino explained who the Hashish...
Yeah? Oh,
Let's take another look at them. There's a guy with a sword and a bull. Between them is a gem supported by a tripod. Let's take a... Do you think I should...
Syria is a long way.
There was no way of lifting the security. Oh, hi.
Hello?
Do you recognize the man in this?
No, dear. That's right, monsieur.
You're back.
Hello.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you back here.
No. Well, it is a strange thing, but...
On duty? But you're just sitting...
No, I am...
I must be missing something. You're in uniform.
Precisely, monsieur. My cover is that of an indolent, wine-guzzling police officer.
You've got me convinced.
Merci. But in reality, my every muscle, I am drawn tight.
Who or what were you planning to pizzang on?
You must have heard, monsieur, of the terror that is gripping Paris.
You mean the killings? Oh, at last.
People die every day. No.
I,
Sewer Jacques, the terror of the scepter. He pops up here, he pops up there. Is he so hush or beneath the...
Bravo, that's...
Merci. I was up...
Who is this sewer Jacques?
If we... But to this, he has... He has pre...
Wow, is...
And... What nation?
Canadian. Well...
I didn't have time to sit around. Waiting in prayer. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well. Somehow, it looked more modern than its neighbor. A huge arched window. In comparison to its neighbor, it looked pretty plain. I wondered if this guy had died in combat. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. A statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. Well, I could have just taken the end off the staff, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church, other than deported. On the end of the staff was some kind of disc with a cross on it. Around the base of the disc was a hairline crack. Per disciplinum meum lux videbis. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty optimistic, I guess. Per disciplinum meum lux. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight while squinting through a hunk of statuary had been pretty... The statue had any secrets, It was concealing them pretty well. Per discipline. A bit of a stained glass window. Wow! Hoping for a big insight. There was no water to frolic about in, and the leaf mold that was collecting there just... There was no obvious way into the building. A real macho guy would have plunged... Hi there. Bonjour. Ah, stop. Where's Sergeant Moo?
Sergeant Moo? You haven't heard?
Heard what? Has something happened to him?
Moo is dead.
You're kidding.
No, monsieur.
That's... How? Why?
The death of a policeman never comes as a surprise, but always as a...
But Sergeant Moo? He was so...
I know. He was as flexible as a riot baton. Yet his heart was as warm as a freshly...
Thanks. Hey there, young fella.
Yes, see, and rather better than you by the sound. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my...
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar. Why, yes.
It does?
Yes. A splendid series of books featuring the...
Great. That's a...
The Saint television program featuring Mr. Roger Moore of the... And a stick man...
So...
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. He was better animated.
So, I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you.
Well, there was the...
That's them. What else do you know?
Just how...
A what?
From the medieval edition. Ask me...
So, this is your stand?
Although stand does not begin to do it, the finest in this bustling...
This is a bustling metropolis?
Well, not...
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I learned from...
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wustasi think noto.
Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like the Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and they sacrificed thousands of lives. How anyone can find them
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir. I'm glad to say.
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little.
So long.
Poodle.
It was the sort of bell you see in hotel receptions. Kind of unexpected here. There were some great bargains on the shelf, providing you ran a junk museum. An old executive toy and a cheap plaster statuette. There didn't seem much helpful around here. An old executive toy. I hadn't come all this way to seek out. I had neither the money. As I didn't see the point of going all the way over there to get scrapped. I didn't really want to lug the rifle around with me. Hello. I was...
Why, hi there, handsome. What can I...
Hi, my name's...
Well, it certainly is delightful.
I was...
My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl. I was...
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why,
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do a little needlework, but gosh.
It's okay. It was a long... Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac?
Oh, you've met him? His name's... Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
He might...
I'm looking for something ancient, you know. Something to impress the folks back home. The poor boy was trying to do his best, but we still haven't found that.
Have you ever heard of a group of knights?
Sounds familiar. I remember. Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else. I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
They...
So, tell me a little...
Me? Oh, gentlemen. Well.
Akron? Is your husband around, Pearl?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, he is. Sorry to disappoint you.
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
No. Is this...
You're a phenomenon.
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, sure.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure.
The stand was hawking ancient machine parts that seemed to be from a stripped-down printing press. I couldn't imagine where they'd come from, or who'd want them. He didn't have anything that I... Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, sure, son. The name?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy.
Oh. I saw a medieval picture of a woman, royalty or nobility, something. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with... What do you think of that?
I think you should be in therapy.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George. Nope, I don't think they... Joe. He's the youngster. Yeah, we've met him. Speaks 4 languages, and he's never had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle
You're not gonna find...
I know that. But try telling her...
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay, but I might not answer it.
Do you know anything about the
Knights?
Yep.
No.
Well, you...
What I...
In this...
Sure.
Oh, please. Does the image of a knight holding a crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want?
I don't know.
What's...
It's not. It all came together in my head. What the conspiracy... It's a lens! What do you think? What does Pearl do for a living?
Oh, I run a greetings card company, and Pearl writes the poems for him. You ought to ask her to recite some.
You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing that.
Without it, not take... Mind if...
What? Ow! You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back home will be real into...
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland? Pearl said you're in Akron.
What was that?
Nothing. Just thinking out loud. Have you seen this man?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm off.
Ow! Damn.
There. I've got another picture of a complete stranger. Maybe I'll ask around.
Okay.
Count.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell...
You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a... Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm so...
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry yourself, George.
I've got...
It's been a...
He didn't have any... The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what... I wasn't hungry and didn't want... Hi, what's your name, sir?
Hello, you buy kebab.
What do you make of this?
Buy kebab. Most good.
Well,
most...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost. Close up. Close up. I could see flies love kebabs. The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. Hi.
Hello, sir. Lovely carpet.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Ah, give to me. Give to me. Allah mut.
Many beneficent greetings, my most fortunate host.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no, but my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No, I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead, and I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see where this...
I am Ultar. Where does your heart desire? Simply...
Oh.
Is good.
Thanks. See you around.
Be happy.
Hi. No, I was one... What? I'm sorry, but I...
No surprise there, alrighty. He says sorry, but he...
but...
He not have tongue.
No tongue? What
It was...
And he lost...
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh.
I was surprised to see alcohol on open... Then I realized they weren't even alcoholic drinks. I had neither the time nor the money to buy any... Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
Even if I'd wanted to spit, my mouth was too dry. By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't... The spittoon was nearly full. What did they sell here? Drinks or expect... Hello again, friend. There wasn't much point in trying to launch when I couldn't... I hadn't felt a need to spit since I was 12. Hello again, Ultar.
Great and possible future...
Well, you never know. Would you mind...
He's most agreeable.
Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until brush come back. Signed, the management.
Oh.
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes, come back, it's been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No. Ultar use bucket.
Have you met the American couple?
Have Ultar met them? Have Ultar met them? Yes.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them. They say, is there anything ancient? They say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen? But they go.
What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheery up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle. Whatever.
What do you make of that boy in the...
Nejo. Ha. Ayub's boy is too big for San. I speak splendid English, and he laugh. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinity. I say, I split your head if you stay still. Ho, ho, ho. Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious. You should be on... This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh, yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of...
Gee, I don't know.
Pen...
Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great shit.
No, that's not real.
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions.
Look, is a...
No, Have you seen this man before?
Oh, most certainly. Was here only yesterday.
Here? Yesterday? My God, he's...
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him.
The killer knew my name. What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner. I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on, he wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 mile out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh.
What can...
It's most magnificent.
How do I get there? No.
You need...
Woe is...
And...
Gee, will...
Are you desirous of my pleasant and luxurious...
All right, let's go.
First, I regret the formalities. A trip to the Bull's Head...
$50. I don't...
Oh, most unhappy.
Hold on, Ultar. Is there nothing I could barter with you?
Word that it was so, beloved friend. But my taxi needs gas, and its muffler needs... My heart weeps.
About...
Are you desirous of seeing this most splendid...
Well, maybe.
A terrific bargain. Only...
50, huh? Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, the delights of the Bull's Head Hill then must...
See you around, Ultar.
Fare you...
I hadn't... I had nothing to buy a carpet with, and didn't want to lug one around anyway. I had nothing to buy a carpet with, and didn't want to lug one around anyway. It's me again. Does this mean anything?
Yes, yes, carpet, yes?
What do you think of this?
Lovely carpet! Ma'at!
The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs. Hello again, sir.
Hello.
Well, goodbye.
Most good.
Hello again,
Why, hello.
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
Heavens, yes. What a big man.
But you didn't go for a ride.
Why, George, you're absolutely the most. Oh, you mean a taxi ride? No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No.
I'm not sure.
Sounds.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George.
I wasn't hungry. He didn't have anything that I needed. The stand was hawking ancient machines. How did this guy make a living selling useless old machine parts? Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you?
Have you met
Almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi.
Yeah, the cabbie.
Tried to pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that.
Okay. The stand had kebabs dangling from the canopy. As a marketing device, it lacked something. Hello again.
Hello.
What?
Buy kebab?
Does this mean anything?
No.
I'd value you.
Nah.
What do you mean?
You buy.
I'd value your opinion.
Nah. You buy kebab.
What do you mean?
You buy.
Well,
most.
Suddenly, I realized the horrific truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. It may never have seen the inside of a toilet bowl, but it was still hardly appetizing. Hello again.
Hello.
Well,
most.
Suddenly, the guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. It may never have seen the inside of a toilet bowl, but it was still hardly appetizing. In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do. It was a kebab stand, and an ugly one at that. Hello again.
Hello?
Well,
Most...
Suddenly, I realized the guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. It may never have seen the inside of a toilet bowl, but it was still hardly appetizing. I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you had anything from the kebab?
Hey, Evans, no, with my digestion.
I've got to go now.
It's been a pleasure.
I wasn't hungry. The stand was selling some fruit I didn't recognize. This is what travel is all about. The merchant was selling fruit. I decided...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
Have you had any dealings with the kebab?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
Okay, well...
Count on it, George.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello?
What do you know about that couple?
Oh,
Is that all?
the chap's a little odd. As for the lady, it's a funny thing. But I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab driver.
Ah, that would have to be Uta, a barbaric sort of chap.
Oh, he's not that bad.
You know how he speaks in Pidgin English? That's how he speaks in Arabic too.
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed a roaring fellow. Ayub's his name.
You don't sound like you respect him very much.
Don't I? Not only do I respect him, I rather like him. For all his bluster, we get on very well.
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today, it pleases to rest there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
Who's the guy selling the kebabs?
Oh, that's Arto. A miserable blighter to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Yes.
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Perhaps I could help you, old chap. Maybe? Perhaps?
Maybe what? Perhaps what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable...
No, you're right. What would you like?
What have you got?
Will you help me get that toilet brush from Arto or not?
I'd be delighted to help you, but we still haven't settled on what I get out of it.
What would you like?
What have you got?
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, sir, what a splendid... One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come.
Yes?
But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point.
Sir, for such a marvelous thing, I would gladly help you.
I thought merchants were supposed to be wily and never reveal what they really want.
Bah! I say to mercantile greed, I have the soul of the East, and I desire that red. Do you understand?
Not really.
If I've already told you, I'll help you if you give me the ball. What's it to be?
All right, here you go.
People say bad things about Americans.
What people? What bad things?
Never mind that now. Remember the brush?
Right, yes, the brush.
All you have to do with Arto is be polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il-Ach il-Kalb.
Il-Akal Kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those honeyed words even unto his delicate ear. He won't be able to do enough.
Really?
Really.
What exactly does Il-Akal Kalb mean?
A polite but subtly complimentary greeting. He won't be able to do enough for you.
See you around, Nick.
Hot, hot.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab?
Il-Akul Kalb?
Filthy. Bad. I'll kill you.
Whoa! Calm down! I just... Feet, do your thing. Hello again. Okay. Arto had murder in his eyes.
What the hell had I said to him?
I wasn't hungry and didn't want to buy fruit, so I didn't start a conversation. Hello again.
Great.
does ill...
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to Art.
And Arto come after you with big knife, yes?
Yeah, how did you know?
I know Arto. You tell him...
I said he was using dog food? No wonder he went crazy.
No. Ultar not mean meat for dog. Ultar mean meat of dog.
Oh. About bulls... well, I... Bye for now, Ultar.
May...
Hi, Nejo. What the heck did...
Patience, sir.
Patience? Patience? I've been chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto, the irate Arto...
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
I can't believe that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet.
The ends justify the means, sir.
Yeah.
They also serve who only stand in...
Oh, spare me. Here.
At least...
Oh.
Outlaw.
So long.
Who...
There wasn't much when I couldn't... Well, but... Hello again, Ultar. Look, I've got the toilet...
You don't just wave at me. Give...
See you... Hello again, Frank. There wasn't much point in trying to launch an in-depth... when I couldn't speak Arabic, and he could... Well, I... but doubted the wisdom of using... Hello again, friend. There wasn't much point when I couldn't speak Arabic, and he couldn't speak. Well, I did know a few words of it, but doubted the wisdom of using them. Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet keys as my reward, and stopped off. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning.
Said all that?
Body language account for much.
The sink was clean, but there didn't seem to be a plug.
The mirror was as clean as anything else in there. It was a roller towel dispenser. And I thought the French had strange toilets. Oops. I hadn't drunk any. I hadn't felt a need to spit since I was 12. Hello again. Nothing. So. Unfortunately, I had neither the time. Hello again, sir.
Filthy! Bad!
Okay. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you.
Nothing. Hi, Nijo.
Hello?
What happened to your ball, Nijo?
I regret to say that it
Oh, Nijo,
not to soon, at which point I shall
I'm sorry about the statuette being broken as well.
again, do not fret, sir. It has been on the shelf for a long time. As merchandise, it did not have legs.
Now it hasn't got any arms either.
Very droll, sir.
May I have this statuette? It is broken after all.
Certainly. And when my father deals with that feline for breaking it, you can have a Davy Crockett hat as well.
See you around, Nijo. Hi there, Dwayne. Hi. What do you think of this?
Looks like the kind of thing Pearl might be interested in.
Okay.
Count on it, George.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George.
Are you interested in antiquities?
Ain't I? What have you got there, George?
How about this fine statuette?
Oh, George, that would be ideal, except, I don't know. It looks new, George. You wouldn't be trying to make a fool out of me, would you, George?
Good God, no, Pearl. Nothing could be further from my mind. What do you think of it?
My.
I've got...
With my.
Have you ever heard of...
Merlin?
No.
Moulin?
You haven't, have you?
No, darling.
I've got to go now.
It's been a...
Marib looked pretty defendable with a high wall all around it. The plaster seemed to soak up the grease paint until it began to look like stone. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell...
What do you think of this
Oh, not that. Just what I've been looking for. Just one thing, though.
Oh?
It looks awful similar to that modern one you showed me.
Ah, well, that's because... You see, that's because the first one I showed you was a modern copy of this one. And I sought out the artist who'd done the copy and bought the original. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, George, how can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive, believe me. Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
I've got to go now.
It's been a...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
What do you think of this?
Good gravy.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home?
Oh, I couldn't. It's the...
$50. Take it.
I'll take it. Here you go.
And here you go.
Thanks for the money, Dwayne. This'll come in...
I ought to be thanking.
Okay, well, I'll...
Count on it.
I had nothing to buy a car. It's me again. Does this mean anything to you?
Yes. Ma.
Hello again, Ultar.
Great.
Well,
a terrific
50. Okay, it's a deal. Here.
Mister.
Where exactly is your taxi? Because the only vehicle I can see around here is an aging army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah, okay. It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar. Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventure.
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes, most assuredly. Most entirely splendid taxi in all Marib.
It looks like an old army truck to me.
You have lost sight of what a taxi should...
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There.
Okay, already, let's...
Regrettably not, most esteemed pair. There is a minor problem about... The fan belt has taken it up.
So...
What can I do? I must...
How long is that gonna take?
1 day. Maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how, my friend?
I'll think of something. What does this toilet chain mean to you?
You got brush back.
What do you think of it?
Not enough.
Have I shown you this?
Yes, mister.
Bye for now, Ultar.
May good fortune. His most splendid and adventure.
See you around, Ultar.
There.
What?
Nothing.
Ultar was standing around at a loose end. I had a feeling that something was wrong. Again. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell...
Nothing. It's a... I didn't really want to lug the rifle around with me. Hi, Nijo.
Hello? A comedian.
What is this toilet?
Are you big
So long, Nijo.
voodoo people?
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi. No.
I'm just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly. No.
Okay.
Count up.
I wasn't hungry. Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell.
What do you make of...
Oh,
I've got some plaster of Paris.
that's nice.
I've got to go now. I had nothing to buy a carpet with. It's me again. Muruba! What do you think?
Lovely carpet, yes. Ma.
I knew the door was locked. There didn't seem much point in closing the dispense. Even closed, it would be obviously empty. Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
Is this any use to...
My friend, the very thing, yes.
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in two lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend. You want to see the bull's head? Yes?
A young tree grew at the edge of the drop. Centuries of hot days and cold nights had opened a crack in the cliff edge, deep into the living rock. With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot. I could see that crack would make a good anchor point. Well, that looked really safe, but I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria. I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there, but there was something, a metal ring, as wide as my hand. I took a firm hold of the ring and pulled. Whoa there!
around. Oh my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again. Oh man, no! The door had slammed shut, trapping me. I had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died. A stone head bearing 3 bearded faces. It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries. Sure was an ugly one, though. I couldn't. I couldn't see any marks of violence. Apart, and that Klausner had been pretty smart to get this far, but he was still dead. Okay, all right. Hey, what's this? I'd found some kind of lens, a very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball. I couldn't see any marks of violence, apart from his fingertips being scraped raw, and that seemed self-inflicted. Klausner had been, but he was still. I'd searched Klausner once and knew that the lens was the only thing he'd been carrying. No portable phone, no demolition charges, no 5-course meal. You'd think international. I couldn't take the inscription with me, and I didn't have a notebook or a camera to record it. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In occidenta cita est, in ora mundi. Okay. That would have to do. The mount's opening. It must be Ultar. My God. If he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are! You!
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places. Please, do not make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Did you say maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good. Believe me, I'm really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But, unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin. No sudden moves, mister. Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You want to look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about. Yes, I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
No, nothing.
So, why is this location important? What did the Templars hide here if not an artifact?
Well, there was something in Latin up on the wall.
Latin? Do you remember it, Mr. Stobart? What did it say?
In acadenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize.
So what are you going to do?
I regret that we must end this here and now. Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
Hey, look now. Don't kill me. I've got money. Maybe we can cut a deal.
You disappoint.
I couldn't take the inscription, and I didn't have a notebook or a camera to record. All in Akid. That the mouse. My foot. You did and what? Boy.
Now,
How?
Klausner.
Klausner? Who the hell's
I followed his trail here.
I never heard of this Klausner guy before. I just asked around about strangers and got lucky.
Luck is a commodity that I have been watching you since you are...
You have? I never noticed you.
Precisely my point. You don't know what I know. Please, now.
I'm telling you, I never heard of the man, and I don't know. Now, if you're gonna kill me, just get it over.
Very well.
I couldn't take, and all in that would have to. My foot. You did
and then rest. It is
what?
It
boy.
Now then, where? Clock. I'll take your word.
Stop. No? Well, it, well, go. Thanks.
There is...
Okay, you're the boss.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stober. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Well, it was a... Okay, let's... Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst...
What about...
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Really? Well,
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
have you any idea...
As a magnet, I'm sure.
Let's take another look at the manuscript. That's the face of the statue I saw at the bull's head. There's a woman, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. That... There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous... but...
That's... What are you...
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Hi there.
Bonjour. Ah, Monsieur Hardy, no?
Stobart. George Stobart. It doesn't... Hi, Andre.
Hello.
I just...
Serious?
It's a long story. It was referred to...
Yes, what?
A secret cave built into a high... In the cave, I discovered a map bearing a phrase in Latin. In Occident...
The island of...
Lies at the edge of the world.
Strange.
Like I said, it... Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to no self-respecting knight.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did.
Were they famous?
No, they're not.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on.
Does this lens mean...
Nothing.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
The glass case was intact, but the tripod had been replaced by a sign reading, "Exhibit temporarily removed." Hi, is this the De Vasconcellos house?
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old coot was going to be trouble. My name's George Stobart. I was wondering whether...
The house is not open to the public.
This is the De Vasconcellos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to...
Are you angling for a bribe or...
You have nothing that I want, senor.
The guy was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But... Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcellos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even know what I have to talk to.
She hasn't won the lottery, has she?
Yeah, that's it. The Countess has won the lottery,
and I'm here to give her the check.
Marvelous.
No. Yeah,
The Countess doesn't do the lottery.
Oh, for crying out loud, why'd you lead me on then?
To amuse myself. To make you look a fool. To make you go away.
Okay. Well,
adios.
Hello again. Yep, and it's a real bonus to see your smile. Do you recognize?
No.
This lab pack?
Not. No.
I'll be going for now.
Adios, senor. Hey, you.
Yeah? What is it?
You would not like it if people just wandered into your home.
Well, no,
Then show a little
Okay. I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone. The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn. I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone. The hose ran from some sort of utility. Hello again.
You again.
Yep, and it's a real bonus. What do you make of this?
So that's it.
If I was hawking medical supplies, I can think of better places to hawk. Do you know what this?
See.
L.
El.
Oh, is he any good?
He is as funny as scabies.
Look at this.
It's a tissue with...
Yes. Have you got any use for... Oh.
Adios.
That didn't look like a good way in. A portcullis says things a no trespassing sign never can. The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section. That didn't look like a good way in. A portcullis says things a no trespassing sign never can. It was then I realized I'd left home without my pocket siege engine.
Hey, you.
Yes?
I've already told you. You are not allowed in the house. Understand?
Okay. The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn. Rats. It's locked. I didn't want to mess with the building. From a distance, I thought it might be a summer house. Close up, I wasn't so sure. Over the doorway was a statue of a hooded figure bearing a cross. It looked kind of sinister.
my hose has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my hose never...
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
Did you have anything to do with it? See.
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified.
Very easily, senor. I'm going to find out why my hose... And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will...
I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around. The pressure...
I hid behind the armor and waited for developments.
Hey, you. I know you are there. Oh.
Madre Dios.
My name's George Stobart.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please.
Very well. State your business.
There's been a series of murders, part of some conspiracy. Anyway, the trail led me here.
Here? There is nothing for the outside.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This...
The Knights Templar are...
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this...
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete...
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night at the police station. Very well. Please.
Thank you. I know your family...
You should be asking how my family were in... The Templars ceased to exist since...
I'm sorry.
Don't.
Okay. Whatever happened, happened almost 700... So, if the Templars left any clues...
Obvious.
So...
Ali Medi. Well, or of course, the chess...
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, senor.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a... You! Why, I feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady.
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me. Lopez, unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer?
A mausoleum, senor.
Oh.
Come with me.
Hey, senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told, but I do.
You've got nothing to worry about, don't you?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place for the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
In front of the shrine was a lectern with a Bible on it. The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the Knights Templar,
Man-size in marble.
In front of the shrine was a lectern with a Bible on it. It was a rod with a cone and a hook on the end. I guessed it was for snuffing out the big candle in the chandelier. High up in the dome, I guessed they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. Now what? There was nothing to snuff. Feeling like an idiot, I put it down again. I couldn't climb. It was... On removing the Bible, hey, it's a checkerboard! Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern. Some of the squares had little jagged holes in the middle. It was too delicate. The lectern top had a pattern of glass. Now what? Feeling... I... May I ask you...
You may ask.
What's the story with the glass...
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look off.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible thing?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
Senor Stobart.
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here?
And in all of this time, we failed to realize.
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh? This mystery has had a good luck.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hold down and listen! Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes! Oh, damn the game! Now, hurry! Am I? This is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited.
Oh, I do not...
It's good to see you happy.
Happy?
Is the Virgin Mary really the...
You are showing your... The Templars...
Who exactly are these people?
My ancestors. These 5 men were all members of the Templars.
5 ancestors in the order. You must be...
Not 5.
Where's the 6th knight?
He was lost.
You lost an ancestor?
It is a family matter. It can...
Well, it's connected with the curse of the De Vasconcellos, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than...
You are... Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brute, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of the filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet a bane settled upon my family at the...
It was all a long time ago.
Some things...
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution. Don Carlos had already left.
Don Carlos. Is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without. Their bishop envied us our lands and determined to use... Don Carlos was on one when Don Carlos returned.
They took the kids? But...
Oh, we will never know. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd... He put on... He... Lopez.
Si, my lady.
Por favor, senors.
My lady.
Calm yourself. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are...
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which holes.
Senor Stobart, look!
What is that? It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
Missing for almost 7...
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot.
Go ahead.
Are you sure? This...
Sure, I'm sure. The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
So the curse of the Devasconcha...
Oh no. The Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice, but there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templar's secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a with...
The Countess entrusted me with the chalice and the quest for her ancestors' tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all part of the same thing. The manuscript pointed us to the knight.
What then?
I don't know. Let's take... This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away. She's one pro...
The Countess is a fine...
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Count.
Are you serious? I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Hi, Andre.
Hello, Georgie.
Did I... What do you make of this cup, Andre?
It's a 14th century communion vessel. Spanish, probably.
You sure know your onions. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
I think he suspected me of being the mysterious Sewer Jacques. And the last thing I needed at the moment was to be arrested for crimes against public sanitation.
Excuse me, Father.
Pardon?
Do you mind if I ask you a few...
Not at all, monsieur.
I noticed that the stained glass window on the left looks...
You have a keen eye, monsieur. The original window was destroyed in the last war. It was as old as the church.
Oh, man.
Oui, a terrible loss. Still...
Is the right hand...
Oui, monsieur.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
You have come to the right place, if that is... Many of them were executed in the square outside.
Well, the Pope was right behind.
Clement V.
That's kind of forthright for a...
You think so? It is hard to be sure what happened. It is so long ago.
How long have you worked here?
Hardly work, monsieur. I have been helping Father Flambe.
I guess you don't know much about the history of this church.
Just a little.
You've got...
Ah, oui.
I guess so. What do you make...
It certainly looks...
About as old as this church,
There seems to be an engraving.
Yeah? What does it say?
I do not know. It is very tarnished. With your permission, I could try polishing it. I promise I will be there.
That'd be very good of you.
This should...
Okay, thanks. The priest was still busy with the chalice, so I decided to have another look around. Waiting in prayer. Biblical references engraved, I guess. Just think. I was surprised Philip Lebel... Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. I wondered if this guy... I didn't recognize the biblical story in it. I was a Sunday school dropout. The lens. Hey! A Knight Templar burning at the stake, and a date. Let me see. MCC 1314. The Templars were demonstrating... If the dissolution... Well, I could have just taken... But I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing a church. Other than deport... A Knight Templar burning at the stake, and a date. Hello again, Father. Hey, thanks.
It is my pleasure.
What was the...
It was not writing. The remarkable thing is...
Yeah?
Oui, I think I have seen it. That wind...
Did you know that the center window conceals an image of a man burning at the stake?
The burning man?
What, you knew?
That there was a hidden image? No. But the church has a reputation for being haunted. Many things. But when others they look, there is nothing. Perhaps the light has to be just so for this.
Yeah, or maybe you need a You must be proud to have such an...
Pride is a fine example of the...
Boy, what a shine!
Merci.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
In French, English, and German, it read, in 1312, Pope Clement V dissolved the knightly order of the Templars and excommunicated its members on charges of heresy. In the following 2 years, many of the knights were their grand... There was no water to frost, and the... I think he... And the... Hi, Andre.
Hello.
What do you make of this?
It's a 14th century communion vessel. Spare me.
You sure know your onion. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
There was nothing in the urn.
Hey! Hey, you!
Sorry. I didn't have time to sit around. Waiting in prayer for the judgment day. Now that my attention had been drawn to it, there was no mistake. There was no name on it, but the coat of arms was undeniable. I'd found the last resting place of Don Carlos. My eye was drawn to the biblical reference. Hey, maybe these biblical references mean something. Psalms 32:7, John
Corinthians 1, 4, 5. And I may not be perfect, but I've got a memory like a steel. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence. After all, the de Vasconcellos arms were already on the manuscript. Nope, I was still convinced. Okay, Psalms 32:7, John 4:11, Corinthians 1. The chalice had led me to these inscriptions, but it looked like a happy coincidence. I was still convinced that the chalice had some significance all of its own. I was surprised. Well, I could have just taken the end off this, but I wanted to be sure what I'd be getting out of vandalizing it, other than deporting. Hello again, Father.
Bonjour, monsieur. How pleasant to speak to you again.
Have you seen...
No, I...
Catch you later. A roll of old... I thought of all those Parisian firm buttocks of the young ladies, the flabby flesh of the... That wasn't a pleasing... A typically last time I decided I was happy enough right.
Hello.
While I was in Syria, it was like a head with three bearded...
That sounds as if it could be Baphomet, the idol described by the Templars.
The poor Knights of Christ had an idol that looked like that?
Allegedly. The description of the idol came from the evidence extracted by the Inquisition. Mind you, not one statue or idol was ever found on Templar property. Until now, that is. Just last month, a statue of Baphomet was unearthed right here in Paris.
Where?
At the Institut Hermétique de Nerval. The statue is beneath the foundations. It was discovered by some workmen while renovating the building.
Can you tell me any more about the statue of Baphomet?
It's a fearful image, even now. A bearded head. The base of the statue is carved with Templar symbols. One of the workmen noticed a curious stain at the base. He claimed it looked like blood.
Blood?
That's right.
Do you think the manuscript...
Frankly, no. That's...
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
The painter had a pot of gunmetal gray primer hanging. A well-used wheelbarrow was sitting by the rubble-filled dumpster. The painter didn't seem to regard the painting as too important. Not as important as a cigarette break, anyway. Excuse me, could you help me?
What is it?
I've got a few questions. What does the word Templar suggest to you?
Templar?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You're doing a fine job.
Merci. I have my prof.
I don't think I've ever seen a Gauloise smoke.
It's a natural talent.
I'm being sarcastic.
I'm being indifferent.
You're
Merci. So, I am having my break.
Yeah, I mean, when you finish your break.
When I finish my break, an interesting concept.
You'll probably need to think about it.
I could have another cigar. Perhaps tomorrow too.
Okay, let me put things differently. What were you hired to do here?
And to touch up damage to the door frames with my... It's a very responsible job. Unfortunately, I'm not a very responsible person.
So,
I know they won't let me in to do my job. I would complain to my union, but...
You couldn't be bothered to join.
Right. Tell you what, though. I'm surprised at the sort of people interested in this...
What's unusual about the visitors to the...
None of them look like archaeologists to me.
Do you know what an archaeologist looks like?
Three-piece suits, crocodile-eyed attaché cases, Rolex...
But no archaeologist dresses like that.
Quite right, monsieur, quite right.
So...
Who cares as long as they pay me?
Have you seen this man before?
Yes, he asked me a lot of questions, just like you. A greasy tissue. Don't get it too close to me, or there'll be a conflagration.
Has a guy calling himself Merlin been...
Was he wearing a t-shirt with "My name is Merlin" on it?
I doubt it.
Then how the hell am I supposed to know his name just by look?
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur. guard stood by a door I guessed led to the excavation. He looked pretty pompous. Well, not so much pretty, just pompous. Do you mind if I use the phone?
Be my guest. I'm paid to guard this door. The phone can look after itself.
Hi, Nico?
George?
Nothing yet.
Nothing.
No.
George, why are you calling me?
Oh, no reason.
You did.
Oh. Hi? Excuse me?
Oui?
What? There was a long pause during which the guard said nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Is this a test?
What, like a history pop test?
No, like a...
Okay, yes, it's...
Then I know absolutely nothing.
The guard was being amazingly evasive. It was going to take more than goodwill to get past him. So, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm guarding. You expect to find me shearing sheep?
Take it easy. I just didn't realize you were a guard. I'd like to know what you're guarding, please.
That's a secret.
It wouldn't happen to be an archaeological site, would it?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you.
Then why ask?
I had a feeling this was no normal hole in the ground. Have you seen this man before?
Oh.
You have?
No.
I was gonna have to get rid of this thing. It was dead. Do you recognize... Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I didn't think that the guard would just... I had a hunch that... There was a closed door.
That door's locked, monsieur.
The doorway led to an old utility closet that had lost its door. There was nothing interesting in there. I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial. A thermostat was mounted over a radiator. The radiator was pumping out heat as the thermostat was cranked right over to full. No wonder it was warm in here, even with the door open to the chill of fall. I couldn't imagine what I'd achieved by turning the dial. Hi again.
What is...
Trying to get into a locked washroom. I had the strongest feeling of danger. I'd like to use the washroom, but the door's locked.
Oh, that's no problem. You can have the key.
Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
I... Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
I didn't want to use that unless I really had to. The cold tap's washer looked to have failed. It was just dribbling down the sink. Being in a charming comfort station, that place was kept in pretty good order. At least, it had been until I... The thing felt really hot. Big demands seemed to be being made on it. Capacious as my pockets were, I didn't figure I could cram a shovel in them. I didn't want any. I wasn't that interested in what might go. I could have climbed onto the sink, prized the ventilator cover loose, wedged myself into the tiny hole, smashed the far cover out, and plunged headfirst into the next room. Or I could just go through the door like a sane person. Hi again.
What is...
It sure is hot in here.
I have to have the door open to allow the workmen access, so why not? I turn the heat up.
You could wrap up warm.
I have my gloves if it gets cold, but why bother when it's warm anyway?
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Yep, that was definitely debris. I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half bricks. I turned the heating off. Hi again.
What is it?
What was I supposed to... Hey, look what I stole. Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
The doorway led to an open... There was nothing interesting in it. I didn't think that the guard would just let me waltz past. Besides, I had a hunch that door was locked. The taps were rusty. Oh, boy. A filthy wash basin hung on the wall. A hand dryer was mounted on the wall. If the club out, I'd probably still be stuck in Marib. A bin stood in the corner. Being in a charming comfort station, that place, at least... The thing felt really hot. Big demand. A huge pile of coal lay in the corner to fuel the real high-tech stuff. The shovel used to feed the furnace was stuck into the pile of coal. I made an impression of the big key and the cake of soap.
What is it?
Here's the keys.
Merci, monsieur.
I turned the thermostat back to where I'd found it. Hi again.
What is...
I need to use the,
Again? Already?
I have this problem.
Never mind.
I thought better of showing him the chalice. He might.
Oui?
A sudden urge to...
No, no singing in it.
Here's the keys.
Merci, monsieur.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
I turned the heating off. Hi again. What is he? What was I saying? Hey, look what I stole. Hi again. What is... Talk to you later. Au revoir. I carefully sprinkled the plaster into the soap mold I'd made of the key. I talk. Oh. The cold tap's washer looked to have failed. It was just dribbling down the sink. Well, way too fragile. Trouble was, then maybe... Hi again. What? Here's the key. Merci. Talk to you later. Au revoir, monsieur. I turned the... I didn't think that the guard would just... I had a hunch. I turned... Hi again. What is... Hey, smart. Why don't... Talk to you later. Au revoir, monsieur. Hi again. I... Here's the key. I... I... Oh. Or I could just go through the door like a sane person. I didn't need to get near to tell the toilet needed cleaning. There was a... Hi again.
What is it?
Here's the keys.
Merci.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
Hi, it's me again.
What now?
I made this key.
Ausreling.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur. Hey, monsieur!
Okay.
I should think. Hey, you! Get away.
Hi, it's me again.
What?
I was
Hey,
Okay.
I should. Hey,
Okay.
I should.
Hi, it's me.
What now?
I have a...
Imagine.
Be seeing you.
Au revoir, monsieur.
A well-used wheelbarrow was sitting by the rubble-filled dumpster. Yep, that was definitely debris. I couldn't see any use for a collection of dirt and half.
Killer!
Hi, Nico, it's me.
Goodbye, George.
No, wait a minute. I need...
What kind of help?
This will only take a few minutes.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I want you to keep somebody on the phone for
Who?
a painter.
Oh,
Stay on the... Hi again.
What is it?
Talk to you later.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Hi, it's...
What?
You've got a phone...
For me? Oh, you're...
It's a woman. She said...
What woman?
Well, she asked for that...
Certainly. Stand back. Well, monsieur, what a strange... She was all over me, and then suddenly...
Really?
What? And monsieur...
Hi again.
What?
Hey. Talk...
Oh.
I figured this was better. Quickly and without fuss, I swapped the fake key for the real... Hi again.
What is...
I helped... Here's the keys. Thanks.
Merci, monsieur.
Talk to you later.
Au revoir.
I turned the third... I turned the heating off. Hi again.
What is...
After the... I wasn't about...
Au revoir.
I didn't... I had a hunch that door was... Hi, Nico.
I'd guessed.
What did you say to the painter?
I shan't repeat it, Josh.
Look, I need to get the guard out of the way. Could you call back and ask him to get the painter again?
Okay, I'll call back soon.
This looked like a good place to watch things develop.
Hey, you... Yeah? Who is it? How should I know? What am I? It's not a... Yeah? Does she... Yeah? I'm not talking to her. I can see that. You're... No, you refuse? Don't... I have... Ha! Don't... Me, you elephant... Impossible. Meaning what? Instead of which they hired a dismal... All... Why, you... This...
I couldn't see anything useful. There was no doubt about it. It was the same sort of Baphomet. The Templars had... Close up, the pattern didn't make any sort of sense. It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side. In the middle of the floor was a wheel, all swirling and distorted. Oh, great. Although, this guy must... No, thanks. Close up, the pattern didn't... It fanned out around an axis point, a kind of focus to one side. And there it was, decoded by the curves of the chalice, the image of a church. I found out what the chalice was for.
You've solved the puzzle?
Yeah, there was a distorted picture at the Baphomet site. When I viewed it in the polished surface of the chalice, it changed.
What did it show?
A picture of a church with a square tower. Let's take another look at the manuscript. That's the face of the statue I saw at the bull. That's the lens I found. That's the clue that led me to the statue of Baphomet and the reflection in the chalice. That's the clue that led me to the bull's head. That's the clue that led me to Spain. That's the tripod we... That's the gem... Look at the chalice.
What happened? It's shiny.
The priest at Montfaucon buffed it up for me.
That's incredible.
Yeah, look.
No. You found a use for...
I guess...
Hurry back.
Oh, hi. See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
Hi, Andre.
Hello.
What do you make of this cup, Andre?
It's a 14th century.
You sure know your onions. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
Hi there.
Bonjour.
It does. I'd been planning to return the chalice anyway, but I hadn't expected the trail to bring me here. The Villa de Vasconcelos was as picture, and Lopez was... I was beginning to suspect. Hi there, Lopez.
Senor Stobart, how pleasant to see you. You are well.
Fine, thanks. Is the Countess in?
She is waiting for you.
It's okay, I know the way.
Senor Stobart, I feel an apology.
No, you don't.
I was impolite.
Look, Lopez, just forget about it. I came on like a snake. I wouldn't have...
You do not understand. It's a marvel. She's bit.
Senor Stobart. Oh, what a pleasure. Please, sit down.
Hi, Countess. The pleasure's all mine. I've brought back your chalice.
Why? You've had it cleaned.
Yeah. I met an obliging priest with a soft claw.
Have you?
No, not yet. I don't even know what it is I'm after.
There are many stories of the night secret.
Whatever. All I know is I don't want the bad guys to get it.
To be young.
I discovered something amazing with that chalice. In Paris, I found a church where they recognized the coat of arms. I found the tomb of Don Carlos de Vasconcelos.
You are sure? There can be no mistake?
The coat of arms on the chalice matches the one on the tomb.
Incredible.
Yeah? Well, I'd be happy to show you. There's something else that I discovered, carved on Don Carlos' biblical ref.
What are the references?
Psalms 32:7, Corinthians.
I am not a good enough scholar to know the Bible, chapter and verse. I meant...
You know, I forgot to ask the... I'll have a look around if that's okay.
My home.
I didn't recognize any of the titles, apart from an ancient... It was way too warm to light. Now, what would I want with a bunch of... Now, what the hell was I going to do with a hog's... I came here to solve a mystery, not go jousting. I doubted the... From the window, I could see some sort of balcony. It didn't look like it was used too often. It was a large window with shutters. I doubted the Templars had hidden anything in there. Now, what the hell was I going to do with a hog's head? It was way too... I didn't recognize any of the titles, apart from an ancient edition of Don... I wasn't going to put on the armor, and I couldn't... It was just a little utility room with no... Unless you counted the window, and I didn't. I didn't want a pot plant. The main part of the house was old, but nowhere near as old as the gatehouse section. Hi, Lopez.
That...
What's the story behind the chap...
When the ink... Naturally. They denied, and naturally...
But they were telling the truth. The chalice was here. You don't suppose they were telling the truth?
Madre de Dios.
I don't know. If the Inquisition didn't...
You must speak to my lady of...
Count. So the...
I would not put it... It counts for a great deal.
Catch you later.
Adios.
George Stobart. It was too delicate.
It was too delicate to move. I couldn't reach up there. I didn't want to mess with the building. It looked kind of sinister. I wasn't about to go clambering on rooftops if I didn't have to. The statue on the top of the building looked like the one in the Parisian church. He seemed to be looking out to sea. For what? I wanted to go swimming, but mausoleum, summer house, easy. Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
I borrowed your mirror.
No, senor.
Catch you.
Adios.
It was the driveway down to the main road. I didn't want to leave. Hello again. Mind if I sit?
Please, be my guest. I do not think that it will ever, unless the fate of the children.
The Inquisition were suspected of taking the chalice and the kids, right? We know now they were innocent of the first crime. What if
They did not take the children either? Then what happened to them?
the Inquisition admitted to killing Don Carlos's manservant? Now, this guy had been told to protect the kids at all costs, right?
That is correct.
I think he hid them and the chalice when he got wind that the Inquisition was coming. With him dead and Don Carlos driven mad with grief, there was nobody left who knew the secret. You know what this means, don't you?
I fear so. The children are still here somewhere. If this is so, then it is small wonder that the Vasconcelos are cursed.
Here's the Bible from the mausoleum.
Very well. Let us begin. The first reference.
Psalms 32:7.
Thou art my.
Don't get your hopes up too high. This might just be leading us to where we found the chalice.
You are right, of course. The next.
Okay, John 4:11.
John 11. Here. The well is deep. The next. Quick!
Okay. Corinthians.
Here it is. Will bring to light the hidden things. Any more?
Just one.
Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. The last is confusing. Lions, unicorns, what does it mean?
I can't get...
Salient point. In no sense is there most...
Is there a well in the grounds?
I do not know. I suppose that there must have been once upon a time. Lopez is the man to ask about anything but...
I'll just... From the window, I could see the garden, including Lopez, who was still... I doubted the Templars. Now, what would I... Now, what the hell... It was a large window with shutters. Over the doorway, a big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. Now that it... The mausoleum contained 5 tombs for 5 of the knights, man-size in marble. I couldn't climb up there without breaking something. I couldn't reach up there. Hmm. The candle had burnt brilliantly, but only for a couple of minutes. Some kind of special formulation, I guess. And had yielded up this, a complex shape expertly cut in stone. It was a smooth, intricately carved piece.
Hello again. Mind if I...
Please.
What do you make?
It looks like some sort...
It was buried inside...
Inside it. What have you done to it? But it is irreplaceable.
Listen, the candle was to be lit in case of Moorish attack, right? Well, it burnt down in no time and revealed this key thing. Maybe that was the real purpose of lighting the candle.
What are you suggesting?
That lighting the candle was the equivalent of break glass in case of emergency.
Sentiment must not stand in the way of solving this mystery. You did the right thing.
I'll have a look around if that's okay.
My
Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
Anthony?
You must know just about everything that there is to know about this.
See, I have lived my whole life.
Do you know of a well anywhere around here?
A well? Si, senor. This used to be a fortified villa. How can you last a siege without water?
Great. So where is it?
How should I know? The well was covered over in the last century. It was...
And you have no idea where it was?
None. It was hidden...
You must have a vague idea of where the well is.
It must have been in the old house's courtyard, so that would put it around here.
Here? Okay. Now, how do we find it?
There might be a way. Let me...
Any ideas yet?
We are looking for a source of water.
Yes?
For generations, the Spanish country folk have had a secret way of locating, even if it is meters beneath...
Ah, you're not talking about...
Eh?
You know, you get a stick and walk around until the stick twitches and dig there.
Oh, you've heard of it.
Yeah, I think most of the planet has.
Oh, uno momento. It must be a special stick. A Y of...
Right. Do you have any hazel trees?
See? That is hazel.
Catch you later, Lope.
Adios.
Hi, Lopez.
Certainly, senor.
Do you know what...
No, senor.
Yeah,
Where did...
it was here.
And my lady will be...
No, it's cool. She realizes how important Catch... I went over to find a suitable stick. I don't believe there wasn't a single usable wire. I went over to... I don't... There wasn't a single... I went over to find a suitable... Aha! Hi, Lopez. Got a minute?
That...
Well...
Simplicity itself, senor. Hold the wand at the upper ends of the wire. Apply a little tension with your wrists so that the slightest movement of the wand's tip is clear and warm.
Sounds easy enough. This is it. This is where we find the hidden here for hundreds of years. Lost from the sight of man. The mystery is revealed.
It's a tin can.
I've been walking up and down with it.
It had water in it. That's what the dowsing stick must.
I'd have to check with an archaeologist, but I don't think the Templars left that.
In truth, Senor Stobart, the loan was laid many, many years ago. This can could date back to the Napoleonic Wars.
Get rid of it and I'll try it again. Lopez threw the can away. It seemed to fall an awfully long way. The splash at the end confirmed what we both suspected. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
It has been here all the time. All those...
Stood in awe for a moment, marveling at the secrets. The well had been lost for days. The air was cool after the noon sun, but that's not what gave me goosebumps. I have a really, really bad feeling about this. From a distance, the lion's head had been impressive. Close up, it was frightening. Hey, one of the fangs is a separate piece. I could hear the sound of a lot of stone moving, and I knew I was in danger.
Senor Snowman! Senor Snowman! Are you... Senor...
I'd need tools to move all that stuff. Heavy equipment that just wasn't available. Sometime in antiquity, there'd been a rock slide. Big ones. I wished I'd had a hard hat. A great stone lion's head with a gaping maw full of fangs. As far as I knew, nobody had cast eyes upon it for centuries as it stood, waiting in the cool shadows. The words of the psalm kept running through my head. Save me from the lion's mouth. It was a long way down. The brilliant midday sun shone almost directly down the shaft, and I still couldn't see the water. I'd already risked my neck with one death-defying leap in Syria. I wasn't about to push my luck again. From a distance, the lion's head had been impressive. Close up, it was frightening. Hey, one of the fangs is a separate piece. Thinking back to how long it had taken the can to fall to the bottom, I stayed as far from the edge as I could. I could hear the sound of a lot of stone moving, and I knew I was in danger.
It's okay!
I wished that I had Leary's flashlight now. It just felt like a pitted stone wall. I'd almost been killed for the sake of a red herring. I wished that I had Leary's flashlight now. It just felt like I'd almost been killed for the sake of... Hi, Lopez.
Certainly.
It's really dark down there.
No, I broke.
Damn. It's so bright up here, but the light's just not getting into the corners.
See, the light, it goes in straight lines.
I borrowed your mirror.
No.
Catch you later, Lopez.
Adios.
There, in the middle of the door.
It looked.
Open sesame! Another secret door. Before I left, though, there was one last thing to do. You won't be needing that replacement piece anymore, Countess. I found it with the children. You'll probably want to be alone for a while. I'll be out in the garden with Lopez.
George, welcome back.
Come in, George. It's good to see you again.
Is it?
Sure. What did you find in Spain?
Without Andre, we wouldn't have got this far, George.
Yeah, I know. The clues led to an underground chamber at the bottom of a well. The Templars had left a tapestry showing a chessboard. The white pieces were vastly outnumbered. There was a stream running across the board, and a Templar knight on a horse.
Does it mean anything to you, Andre?
No, nothing.
Maybe we should tell Andre what else you found, George.
There's a map and a Latin inscription to the west at the edge of the world.
George found that in a cave in Syria.
Yeah, where the assassin almost killed me.
Then we've got the burning of Jacques de Molay and the date, 1314.
From the window of the church in Montfaucon Square, one of the few places where nobody tried to kill me.
Then we have the image of a church that George found at the excavation. I don't recall anyone trying to kill you there either, George.
And finally we have the tapestry in Spain. Did I mention I almost got killed there?
Not yet, but I'm sure you're about to.
It was only my cat-like reflexes that saved me from certain death.
Cat-like reflexes, eh?
And while I was risking life and limb, where were you, Andre? Getting your glasses fogged up over an Etruscan vase?
That's enough, boys. Can we get back to saving the world?
Of course. My apologies.
He started it.
Well, the Latin phrase are the words of Julius Caesar. He was describing the island of Britain.
Are you sure? The map didn't look much like Britain.
How come Caesar described Britain as being at the edge of the world?
To the Romans, the Mediterranean was the center of the universe. Britain was a remote, unfriendly place, inhabited...
It hasn't changed much.
There's...
Except when they go to a football match.
They used an extract from this... I believe...
You can't remember, can you?
1314.
Ah, we're back onto that, are we?
1314. The Battle of...
That would explain the stream. That's what a burn is. Right, Andre? As in Bannockburn?
Right, George. And it gets tradition...
Not Templars.
Yes, a group of... They are...
And it in the Isle of Britain at Bannockburn in a...
What are we waiting? I'll call a cab.
I can't go.
Andre, you've been loads of...
What George is trying to say is that you shouldn't feel guilty.
I was?
We understand. Listen.
We'll see it through. Oh.
Oh, it must be dawn.
Oh, I guess so. And we must be somewhere. We've come a...
Yeah.
There's something I've been meaning to say to you.
You see,
There might not be another time.
you don't...
Would you like...
Do you want to look after this ticket?
Not me.
Pardon me?
Yeah,
Do you know what time we're due in...
a 6:45.
Do you know Sterling?
Yes, is that where you two love...
Yeah, we...
It's one of the places...
Be sure to...
Oh, I'm sure it's a neat place. But we are not really interested in history, are we, George? That...
What's the book?
Oh, medieval...
What's the title?
The Crooked Crusade. Is the...
Professor Nigel...
That's right.
No.
George is a great fan of...
Is there a church?
Yes, there is.
You do?
Of course. You're eloping.
Have you ever seen this man before?
An interesting-looking fellow.
Interesting. He's a killer.
And that's not interesting.
Where are you going, George?
Do I need to...
Don't snap at me.
Okay, I'm going to take a... L-E-A-K.
Tickets, please.
Oh, hi.
That's a standard full price. Don't you have a seat?
I rarely travel. My ticket is perfectly valid.
Well, yeah, but you could have saved up to a third.
I do not need to indulge in puffling.
Blimey. Tickets, please.
Here.
Off to Sterling, eh?
Yes, we are.
Well, I hope you won't be disappointed. It's a miserable place this time. Still, there's plenty of pubs.
Thank you.
I don't want to worry you, but there was something familiar about that guy.
Are you sure? You're...
Maybe. But I didn't like the look in his eyes when he spoke to you.
Yes, dear.
Can't you see?
I need to...
Well, you're there. And...
Okay. Hi.
No. Come on, join us. Where?
His breath was like...
She was cheap, and
We passed through...
on a...
What is that? It smells like gas.
Right? Help you hear it.
On your eyeballs. Have you ever seen...
Aye, man. He's chalky white, and I claim my 10 quid, like...
No, he's in...
Well,
I didn't want to wake him. To be frank, without a cold water hose, I didn't think I could wake him. Hey, buddy.
Didn't open that window, pal.
Why not?
It's freezing.
Hey, buddy. Would you?
No, fuck.
It's a... If I'd... It's not... See... I didn't want to wake him. To be frank, without a cold water hose...
Leave it up.
The windows seemed to have been sprayed with tiny flecks of froth. The door was... Oh, no. That gangster creep from the hotel. Well, he didn't scare... Hey, Buster. This is a no... Okay, it got worse. I suddenly realized who the conductor had reminded me of. Eklund, Marquet's murderer. Guido was still looking pretty menacing. I really didn't want to... Guido looked like a weasel in a cheap suit. He also looked like the kind of man... The door was locked. I should have known better than to leave Nico and the old lady alone. Suddenly, the sort of befuddled... The door was locked. Hey, buddy. Did you see what happened to the...
No, Paul, I didn't have you.
She's disappeared. The old...
Oh, wait, man.
Yeah.
Maybe they went to the toilet, like.
I don't think so.
They never go on their own.
No, she's been abducted. I've got to go look for her.
What's stopping you, pal?
The conductor. He's not what he seems.
You wanna have...
That's about it, yeah.
Nope.
Listen.
What's the matter?
There's a guy on this...
Relax, man. You wouldn't try nothing with us in Basharia. We are veterans, like. So action at Brightling Sea.
I don't recall the British Army being involved in...
Well, you just take it from me, pal. You're in safe hands.
See you later. I didn't want to wait. To be frank. I don't intend to jump. I'm going to climb on... You're kidding! Just watch.
Hold on now, pal. I'll give you a hand, like.
Let's talk this over like reasonable people, Eklund. I can explain every... But I couldn't leave Nico to... It was a fire It was the There was no way I could open it. You saved our lives, but why?
You are always on the same side, Stobart. Different causes, but a common enemy.
The Knights Templar?
Don't call them that. The real Templars were a noble foe. These men are no better than...
What are the Neo-Templars? What is the Sword of
Not what you think, my friend. It is a weapon. A double-edged sword. A power...
We'll stop them. You and me together. And Nico.
No, George. My journey...
You're talking in riddles. Can't you tell me straight?
The sword symbolizes a colossal enemy caused by
which are
the energy endowed the Templars, a power which made them charismatic to such an extent they could control the will of all around them.
How did you escape from the bull's head?
It is a long, fortunately. I know that also. I have a sister who keeps a garage. May Allah do her.
Thanks. What? He's dead. I couldn't think of a single way the extinguisher would be of use in the absence of a...
Don't even think of...
What? Who?
Look me straight in the eye.
Don't be foolish. I was gonna use... I'd already used the brake. Underneath that heap of tumbled crates was... The guy was a professional killer. The last thing he deserved was... I had to admit it, though. I was some... The rear exit was barred and padlocked. I still thought it a good idea to take the axe to... I couldn't think of a single way the extinguisher would be of use in the absence of a...
Where do you think you're going?
Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten about you.
And
I will.
I was not...
No.
You took it back.
When Eklund pointed that, I thought of all and kissing you.
Josh,
Uh-huh.
Josh, we've got to get off this...
So what? I'd feel happier if we had a gun or something.
Khan gave me something.
What?
His handbag.
Oh, great. If we run into any killers, we can give them a good buffeting. Didn't he have any weapons?
You don't know half of it. This bag's full of C4.
Wow. Why didn't you say so? Boy, we'll show him now. What's C4?
Plastic, Josh.
We're going to shop our way to victory?
2 kilos of plastic explosive. The detonator's broken now.
No problem. We'll buy a box of matches somewhere.
It does...
Well, that's not much use. What does that sign say?
Apparently during the English Civil War, this place was used as an arms...
Yeah? What?
Look at the state of this place, Josh.
Oh.
You...
I hope...
Do you?
It was just about recognizable as the church. Templars, this... Nico?
Uh-huh.
I scrabbled around in the rubble and found an old clay pipe with a broken stem. The handle turned easily, and the larger wheel began to revolve. Damn! The wheel turned reluctantly with a creak of complaint. There was no obvious way of removing the wheel from... Examining the demon more closely, it was a clever illusion. No matter where I stood, the eyes weren't looking at me. There was a simple reason. The demon... I tried pushing the panel, but wasn't surprised when it failed to move. I tried pushing the panel, but... Nico?
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Committing.
Can you read?
No.
Nico, I found...
George. Fred.
What's the point of study?
Because I... No.
What?
Yeah. Perhaps it... No.
With the clay pipe in his mouth, he looked happy, homely, like somebody...
What do you think you're...
I wondered if there was...
Maybe you should show a little more respect.
For a mythical...
Okay. Incur the demon. Just see if I care.
I tried... There was no... Now that the handle was gone, it was easy to remove the cog and spindle. The wheel turned reluctantly with a creak of... There was no obvious way... The cog slipped neatly into the eye socket. The wheel turned reluctant. There was no... With the clay pipe in his mouth, he looked happy, homely.
What do you... Incur... Just see...
I... The cog turned free. The cog turned freely, but nothing happened. Under one of the stones, I found a metal coin. It was caked with soil, but what I'd found was a small... With mounting excitement, I felt something. It was short, hard. It was... I didn't find anything. With a rasp of metal on stone, I eased the... I pushed the hand... As soon as I saw the flickering torches, But where were they now? And why was it? It was definitely gunpowder. It was
No, Joe!
What?
Leave a torch right where... In case you ever notice the crypt is...
So what?
It's not a...
No? You think...
Don't be silly. I thought I...
I really wasn't worried, but...
Listen, I can definitely hear chanting.
You're right. What do you suppose they're doing?
It wouldn't surprise me.
So... Shh. Will you look at that? Baphomet. Labino was right. This place was...
Well, if it isn't the great detective, it's going to be a pleasure killing the...
George! George!
What are you... So, shh.
Well, if it...
George, what a...
Come on, Nico. We're leaving.
You... Guido!
But master, the powder!
That... He saw...
I thought it was all... Or a handbag full of plastic explosives.
Maybe, but this stuff is...
Oh, dear.
You know, you'll never be able to write your story now.
I don't care. I've got what I want.
Huh?
Just tell me one thing, George. Is our life together always going to be this crazy?
Hello again.
What now?
Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
No more than you, I'll bet.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
Aha! Is it real? It must be worth a small fortune. You stole it, I suppose.
I'm not a crook. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
I've got a toilet chain from a bar in Syria.
No, Kitty.
A toilet chain? From Syria? You sad man.
What now, monsieur?
Check out my ID card.
Your ID card, monsieur? I don't think so.
No, it's Rosso's card.
Attempting to impersonate a policeman is a criminal offense, monsieur.
Ah, forget it. Thanks for your help, buddy. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Does the name on this card mean anything to you?
Augustin Rosso? No, dear, nothing. It conjures up the image of a Gaulois-smoking, absinthe-drinking French policeman. I'm sure the real Inspector Rosso is nowhere near so romantic.
I think you'd be surprised.